Whenever the hectic life of the city gets to me and the world closes in, I do a little trick that I discovered when I was 9 years old. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and I go back to that place. Suddenly, I am flying over that ancient landscapes. I can taste the sweet jungle air. I can feel the gentle river flowing around me. I'm back at home, at El Paují. A rural community of less than 300 people, nestled between one of the most ancient places on earth, the Great Savannah of Venezuela, and the Amazon rainforest. This is where I grew up in, and there I developed a profound relationship with nature. Throughout my life, I've had a recurring nightmare. I returned to El Paují, and everything has changed. All the rivers are contaminated, the trees were cut down, and the animals are gone. All this destruction because of illegal mining. And for what? Illusory value ascribed to metals and numbers. Today, that nightmare seems to be more and more of a reality. This difficult situation has changed the course of my life in many ways, driving me to take action to protect what I love through my NGO Gotas project. And it is what brings me to this stage today. We live in a world that often feels upside down, but within that paradox lies our purpose. We are the many who know we can and must do better for future generations. We are called to remember where we come from, redefine our shared path, build our inner development, and co-create a new reality where nature, the guarantee of our future, is held sacred. This urgent moment requires us to shatter the myth of our individual insignificance and become together the force of the river. A single drop of water cannot move a rock or turn a mill, but when millions of drops merge and flow with shared determination, they become an unstoppable force. I am Liana Malva, a singer-songwriter from Venezuela, and this is Mundo al Revés, the upside-down world. One, two, three, and... Contemplaré mientras construyes tu pared, aislándote de mí. Mañana despertaré con el mundo al revés. salvaré mientras destruyes el Edén, cambiándome por papel. Mañana despertarás desnudo y sin aire para respirar. Pensaste que podrías dominarme. Olvidaste quién eres entre tantas cosas y ahora quieres comprarme. No hay nada de ti, no, que yo necesite. Gracias a mí es que tú existes, pero insistes en que tienes el poder y con él puedes hacerme creer que tú eres el rey. Sin agua no hay vida, no hay vida, no hay vida. Sin aire no hay vida, no hay vida. Sin agua no hay vida, no hay vida, no hay vida. Sin aire no hay vida, no hay vida.
Hello. Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Inner Development Gold Summit 2025. The world we live in is full of polarities. And luckily, that is the case. Two opposite poles hold our earth together. Day and night form a natural cycle. And every breath we take is followed by its polar opposite, an out-breath. Polarities are an invitation to move between sides that, despite their differences, are mutually dependent. They support each other's existence. What defines polarities is a bridge between them, keeping them in connection. But the world we live in is full of polarization that asks us to pick one side at the expense of the other. Value one and reject the other. And as we do, the bridge collapses. And what was once a polarity turns into opposition, separation, enmity. Between neighbors and nations, between worldviews, and all too often inside ourselves. The world we live in needs us to rebuild bridges that are strong and flexible enough to keep us in connection. Those bridges are not built by ignoring differences, but by staying in contact with them. Not by neglecting one side, but by seeking the truth that contains them both. Inner development has the power to be such a bridge. It can help us hold polarities that complement each other rather than stepping into rigid oppositions. It can help us face the dilemmas and contradictions within ourselves so that we can face them with more wisdom and grace in the world. At the IDG Summit, we are not here to solve the world's oppositions. We are here to recognize how each of us contributes to them. So over the next 3 days, we want to be practicing how we can be present rather than polarized, curious rather than convinced, connected rather than correct. So that instead of downplaying one side, we ourselves can become bridges, strong and steadily balancing our inner turbulences. So that one day, our inner balance will be mirrored in beautiful polarity by the outer balance we so desperately seek in our world. My name is Katrina. I'm the director of the IDG Summit, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you as your MC for today in this beautiful new venue, the House of People, that actually dates back originally to the year 1901. And I'm also very happy to welcome our global audience that we have with us, again, from all over the world. I think at this point we have around 850 hubs and networks. And I know that a lot of them are also doing some watch parties, so please give it up for them wherever you are right now. All right. So I'm not seeing too much of you, but I'm really curious to just understand a bit more. Who is at the IDG Summit for the first time? Ooh, wow. Oh my God, amazing. Welcome, hello. And who's been to a summit before? All right, some familiar faces, good, thank you. Who's been more than twice? Ah, the good old friends back again. Good to have you. Well, then the ones who are here and the ones who've been here before know that we usually have a special way also how we want to start those summits by just giving ourselves a moment to arrive here together. In the background, you can see one of the IDG symbols. It's one of the ones in being, presence. So we also want to take a moment to really arrive here in this space with those people with our full presence. Before we go into the whole talking and thinking and acting, be a bit more in the being and just give our nervous system a moment to arrive. And the easiest way to actually do that is to remind ourselves that we've got a body. And this body will be sitting here together in this beautiful venue for a few hours today. And actually, our body is quite clever. There are so many different sensations in our body, and it communicates with us all the time, but sometimes it's not that easy to listen. But if we do listen, we might notice that there might even be sensations present in our body that are opposing, maybe even contradicting. We call that the principle of simultaneity. The different things can also be present at the same time. So let's just see if we can sense into that together. So I would invite you to maybe just sit up straight a bit, remind yourselves of your bodies, and then just sense into them. Is there anything within your body that you would say feels a bit tired? I mean, it's still early in the morning. Some of you have had travels. Is there something where you feel like, yeah, there's a bit of tiredness still in me? Then please raise a hand. And if it's just a bit of tiredness, you can come out down here as well. If it's like proper exhaustion, then stretch your arm a bit higher. If you want, this is also the moment when you can yawn. It will be about the only moment when you're not making me insecure when you do that, so please do it now. Yes, exactly, good, stretch. And then I'm curious. At the same time, is there also something in your body that you feel is actually energized? Maybe it's your face because you smiled already, or maybe it's a twitching knee and you're stepping with your foot a bit, whatever it might be. Is there something that at the same time as you feel you're tired, that's also something that is energized? So if you feel both, maybe you stretch your hand for being tired and stretch the other one if there's something that's energized as well. And then sense into it. Is it kind of on the same level? Is it like I'm tired and I'm energized and it's both the same? Or is it like I'm really tired but there's my little finger and that's a bit energized? Or is it that you're actually quite energized and there's not much that's tired? And just sense into a bit to yourself how it feels. Yeah, exactly. And you can just do that and start with a little dance. That's fine too. All right. So let's see what else we can find in our bodies. Is there something that feels stressed? I mean, sometimes in the morning when you have to come to an event and you have to, whatever, dress up or make sure that you've got all the things that you need, there could be something that is a bit stressed. Anyone who feels a bit stressed in your body? Then raise your hand. And at the same time, is there something that is actually quite calm? Then raise the other hand and again sense into it. Maybe it's just one. Maybe it's both. Oh, there I can see a bit more kind of, yes, slower movements. All right. What about strength? Is there something in your body that feels strong? It's actually quite a strong feeling. Raise a hand. And at the same time, is there something that feels tender, a bit sensitive? Maybe it needs a nice and warm touch by your hand. Thank you. So maybe let's give ourselves a roll of the shoulders, just a bit of a stretch, and maybe just shake your hands a bit to appreciate all those different sensations that your bodies hold within yourselves all the time, and just give yourself a good hug to appreciate that body for holding all these different sensations. Yeah, I feel like a lot of you were longing for a hug already. And as we have been focusing on the body, let's maybe also have a look at our hearts. What is present? What are the emotions that are present in our hearts right now? Who of you would say, I feel a sensation, an emotion of belonging? Right here, right now, maybe to the people who I'm here with, maybe to this community? And at the same time, can you feel independent? Does that contradict each other? Is it possible to hold both at the same time? What about the emotions that we don't talk about that much? What about anger? Is there something in you, an emotion that feels actually angry, frustrated for what's happening in the world, for what's happening in your life? Maybe it's just a tiny thing that made you angry today. And at the same time, is there something that is sad? Can those two be present at the same time? For a lot of us, it's easier to access one or the other. But it also helps to see how both of them can be present in all of us. What about gratitude? Does anyone feel gratitude right now? And can we have at the same time a longing for something that might not be here? So maybe just also appreciate the different emotions that our heart is holding. Just give your heart a nice little touch, just a rub, to appreciate all the emotions that our hearts are holding. And then obviously there is our minds. And we're going to be thinking quite a bit, and talking today. So just check, what are the thoughts that are present in your minds right now? Is there anyone who would say, I'm a bit skeptical about this whole experience? Is this going to live up to my expectations? So now I'm checking very closely. All right. And maybe there's also the thought, I'm already quite confident it was a good decision I came. Oh yeah, good, I just wanted to check. Anyone who has a thought, this reminds me strangely of my university days, this venue. Or like no associations whatsoever, I can't even see, there's smoke everywhere. Anyone who has the thought, I hope she's going to make us interact more. Or I hope she's not going to make us interact more. All right, I didn't see any hands more on that. And maybe just give our minds also a nice little rub, a massage here at the back of our necks where it touches our back. Just to appreciate all the different thoughts that can be contradicting that we're holding in our minds. Well, before we get started, there's two more things that I would like to share with you. One is that this is all about inner development, and quite often there are also topics in inner development that aren't easy. We might touch on things that do something with you, that maybe trigger you, and maybe you don't want to be alone with whatever that is. And therefore, I'm so happy to tell you that we have an anchor team for emotional support. And I would like to bring the attention, I think I see them somewhere down the smoke over there. Please give their hands up. We have with us Marie, Charlotte, Hans, Lotta, Mona, and Lee. They are the emotional support team. You can easily identify them because they're wearing pink vests. One of them will always be at the registration desk. So in case you just want to talk to someone or not be alone, you can always approach our emotional support team. Thank you so much. And then there's one last thing. I'm such a fan of two-way communication. So you will hear a lot from the stage, from the speakers talking to you, and then sometimes you actually feel like, oh, that was a really good thought, or I liked what that person just said, but clapping can be a bit interruptive. So last year we came up with something else that we could do. Is there anyone here who remembers what we did? Oh, I like that. Exactly. I know it's not everyone can do it, or sometimes you can do it better with one finger or the other, but this is our invitation for you to really feel free whenever you hear something on stage that you just want to kind of say, that you can do a bit of a snap. And let's just do it once more because it sounds so beautiful when we all do it together. It's just such a soothing sound of like a rain. Thank you so much. And with this, I would say, let's get started. Our first speakers of today are two of the most powerful voices when it comes to climate change action. Over the past 3 decades, those 2 women have become luminaries through their meaningful action in the field and their strong human presence. One is a high-level diplomat. As former executive secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, she has played a central role in bringing together governments, corporations, financial institutions, and NGOs to deliver the unprecedented Paris Agreement on climate change. Today, she's also the founding partner of Global Optimism, and co-host of a podcast called Outrage and Optimism, and co-author of The Future We Choose. The other is a complex system thinker and doer. She's leading Europe's largest public-private partnership focused on climate innovation called EIT Climate Kick. And the core of their work, what they do is they look at the systemic transformation that is required to achieve a zero-carbon society. And they're currently supporting 112 European cities on their way to do that. Today, they are going to step into the unknown. And they will enter a space of exploration and uncertainty as we invite them into a raw and open dialogue, where they will tend to whatever emerges in the moment and show up as their full selves. Together we wonder, how do we bridge the inner and outer polarities on our journey of planetary transformation? Please welcome, for this very special conversation to open us up today, Christiana Figueres and Kirsten Dunlop.
So, dear friends, what was not explained is that this is an experiment for you, but especially for us, in which we've been given a pack of cards. It's not Monopoly cards. And we will take turns picking up a card and asking each other the questions that are printed on the other side of the card. So, we don't know what is coming up, but we're here, and we're together, and I'm delighted.
Same here. Thank you so much, Christiana. So I'm going to start with this experiment. And this
Have you ever done this before?
No.
No, neither have I.
This is the first time for me. And I am sitting here with a deep sense of imposter syndrome at the moment, so I'm just going to breathe through that. I was reflecting on anybody who opens a stage that says these are 2 of the most powerful voices in climate just makes me want to run literally for the backstage. So I'm going to start with that. So this is the first time we are sitting together. Let's settle. What do you see in me right now?
Well, first of all, I see a very tall person and a very small person. I see a person who is formally attired and one who is informally attired. I see a person who's wearing beautiful high heels and one who's wearing training shoes. And I see 2 women, both of whom flow in the river of our ancestry. And I see 2 humans who have chosen to embark on a life journey that seeks to understand that we are not just two women, two humans, that we actually are, to use the Thai word, that we actually exist in intimate interconnection and in permanent exchange with all other life on this planet. And that we seek to understand, what does that mean for the work that we do? So not keep it apart, but rather integrate it into the work that we've both chosen to do. That's what I see. What do you see?
I see someone, I see a presence of someone I associate in my mind with mothering of a process, mothering of institutions, mothering of places, states. Someone I associate with the long ley lines of taking of responsibility, of holding of responsibility, of what I imagine, and I'm asking myself how much of that is a projection, is a sense of the history of trying, the history of watching things break in your hands and reshape and remake, and the history of giving birth and watching that birth evolve. And I'm wondering what that feels like. I'm asking those, and I'm wondering about that because I'm wondering, when I wake, well, not always when I wake up. When I wake up, I have to deal with the guilt and the fear of all of the things that I haven't managed to get to last night. But beyond, once I get past that...
Is that at 2 in the morning or 6 in the morning?
No, that's at 2 in the morning, 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning. And then there's the, okay, get your shit together, get up, have a shower. And then I am always holding this sense of the purpose of a life. And I look to people like you and ask myself, you have worked this space for so long, you have watched so much of it come and go, you have watched, I think I have seen and heard, watched so much of it reach a moment of what looks like becoming and retract back to a being and to habits and to practices, or reach a moment of what looks like becoming and then fork back into our human habits. I wonder what it's like to keep being at that space of trying to birth the becoming.
Staying on the edge, always on the edge, and learning to love the edge, because we will go from edge to edge to edge. But I'm afraid if we don't pick up another card, we may get admonished.
Right here. All right. Let's do the job we're supposed to be doing.
Ooh, very nice. What part of yourself have you brought onto this stage today? And even better, the second part of the question. What part did you leave behind?
Well, the part of myself that I brought onto the stage, let's start with the external. So yes, I'm wearing a formal attire and high heels, and once upon a time I used to act. And stages I like stages. They bring out the sense of play, of pure, the playfulness of something that you can paint or you can bring to life, even if it doesn't yet exist. And you might be able to do that so powerfully that people start to believe it is a thing. So I bring that here. I bring a sense of deep responsibility for this 25 minutes. Is it of use? That's my growth edge. I always carry that sense of responsibility. Is anything I'm doing actually of use? And why am I always trapped in that question of whether it is of use? I leave behind a world of spinning plates to just try and stay here and listen. because this is also a remarkable privilege. What about you?
I'm caught between answering the question and going for the next card.
Okay.
What do you think?
I'll go for the next one. I can see that you are very focused on a process.
Well, I'm just a little bit scared of Kat, you know?
Especially because when she's looking like a diva, you have to be careful.
You don't mess with a diva.
This is true. Okay, all right. Okay, this is a lovely one.
Because, you know, I mean, look at this.
I know, we have a long way to go. And this is where any completer finishes in the room, you might want to keep us.
Yeah.
Okay, we have both worked and walked decades in climate work. Do you recall a challenging moment when you had to navigate rigidly opposing sides?
Never.
Amazing. Let's move on to the next one. How did you manage? Assuming that might have happened, how did you manage?
Never. That never happens in climate. It never happens in my personal life. Just have no idea what the question is all about. Actually, just yesterday, Marina Mansilla, who's my everything in life, reminded me of a very fun story. And it was the story of how do you get Saudi Arabia to adopt the Paris Agreement? Not exactly what they were created for. Not exactly the interest that moves that economy. And so I wrote out the little story which summarized is I was fully aware of the fact that Saudi Arabia, champions all of the oil-producing countries, that whole group would be prone to want to sink the agreement, and that we needed their support. So I did travel to Saudi Arabia during the years in which I was executive secretary, more than to any other country. And I just went always with questions. I never told them anything. I just asked questions about their own sense of future. How do they see their development over the next 10, 20, 30 years? And on one of these trips, and of course always dressed in a black abaya, not in submission, but in respect for the culture. And I was always the only person dressed in black in a sea of white-dressed men. On one of the trips, the Minister of Petroleum asked me, "Have you ever seen an oil field?" No, most oil I've seen is the salad oil that I put on my lettuce. So he invited me to go and see and understand what an oil field is all about. And I dedicated the whole day to really understanding how this operates. And coming back, we were sitting next to each other on the plane, and I had a moment of what I felt was human connection with this person as a human, not as the head of OPEC, not as the head of the oil, not as the head of the delegation. It's just human connection. And I asked him, I said, what does the kingdom need in order to be able to join others under the Paris Agreement? And he took a little napkin from the plane and he just wrote 2 words: economic diversification, and gave it to me. That was an incredible opening. There was an incredible opening that is then reflected now in the Paris Agreement, but it was such a beautiful confirmation of a process that had been started with the understanding that there is the possibility, not the guarantee, but the possibility of finding common ground even with countries that, in theory, represent exactly the opposite to what we want to do on climate change. And not boxing myself into that reality, acknowledging it, turning toward it, embracing it, going to the oil field, really understanding, and opening the adjacent space to that reality, opening the adjacent space of, is there something here that we can agree on? And leave it up to him to propose what that was.
Wow. I'm asking myself, what is the equivalent for those who are currently in the White House trying to win a civilization war on AI? Interesting. The space of common cause.
Cat. This is equally easy, okay?
Right, great, excellent.
What was the hardest decision you ever had to take in the field of climate change action? And how did it change you?
I think the hardest decision was to change the path of the organization that I work in and redirect its attention away from what was its founding story, its success story, its kind of grounding reality, which was creating a lot of attractive, viable, desirable, feasible solutions for climate, and to direct our energy to a place of not knowing and starting to create place or space for working from a destination backwards and kind of holding a space open for that and seeing if by holding the space as an organization we could invite others in or just hold it large enough and wide enough to flood in with multiple things and start to connect. The reason why I describe it as the very hardest decision is it felt like, on the one hand, an intuitively the right thing to do, to try and shift from really focusing on the supply of hundreds of solutions into the world, where we left the responsibility to others to magically put them and stick them together and make them work and give them money and adopt them, and instead take the responsibility for how those things might actually come together and who might care about them and what might bring them and combine them, or more importantly, how we might discover what other things were needed that weren't assumed by everybody inventing solutions or were not understood. But the challenge of that was it felt intuitively the right thing, but it was, in essence, playing with the lives of 200 people and their certainties and their sense of pride and professional success and possibility.
Your staff.
Yeah. And we are a community organization, so all of the other organizations in our whole network, which is quite large, it's taking a decision to change the fort, to repath a river, knowing that there will be consequences, and not knowing whether those consequences are the right thing to make happen in the world or not, but making a decision to try and living with the consequences. And the consequences were quite severe as it played out down the track, because going after systemic change, recreating a space for large, long, patient, place-based transformation in a very, very messy world isn't tangible, isn't easily deliverable, doesn't fit nice boxes of bankable investments or easy solutions. It creates a lot of risk, a lot of uncertainty. And above all, I remember one of the women who has helped me enormously in my own path of working a growth edge and trying to understand how to just show up and keep trying, said to me, you have basically taken an organization that was used to thinking and being proud of thinking as a tribe, and you've thrown it forward into this space where people are supposed to wake up in the morning and thrive in profound uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And you've done that as if that's fine for everybody to just leap there. And that's a big bet. And there's a hell of a lot of people who are not going to make that leap, not want to make that leap, and are going to deeply resent or question why that was the right thing to do. So it's probably the mix of acting on intuition, believing that an organization that does innovation should try to experiment, and just giving it a go. But it has not been an easy thing to live with, and I still wake up with those moments of... I still hear voices that when we've had particularly bad times and I've had to go through downsizing or rebuilding and kind of dramatic institutional fights with some of our core funders, and I hear the voices of people saying to me, "You did this, we would have been fine if we hadn't done this." So there's that sort of sense of live with it, breathe. All you can do is make the decisions in the moment that feel right and work with them.
You use the term repath the river. When you describe what you did, what you're still doing, it sounds to me like it's more like get off the highway and flow with the river.
Yeah, exactly. Which I will remember next time I have one of those moments of feeling incredibly responsible and guilty. I remember when I took my daughter to watch Conclave, and that particular phrase from the film Conclave about the greatest enemy we have is certainty.
Mm-hmm.
The certainties, the narcissism of small differences and certainties everywhere is the thing that worries me most. So yes, how do we get out of the being so certain that these are the solutions? That phrase, we have all the solutions, we just have to implement them. And how to kind of hold the space for that really messy human experience of trying to live differently.
The question that cuts through certainty is the very simple question. Are you sure?
And when have you asked that?
Many times.
And has it made a difference?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'd love to know some examples of that, but let me keep back to my homework.
Yeah, cat.
How did your journey...
Cat is watching us, you know.
I know. How did your journey of inner discovery begin, and how has it deepened over time?
Oh, wow.
That's a good question.
Don't know if I can do this without Kleenex. I think, as with many other people who have shared their origin of inner journey with me, it began out of pain, grief, desperation, suicidal thoughts, that whole package. Back in 2013, I was married, and my husband decided to tell me what he had been doing throughout our entire 25-year-old marriage. And it was like the world had just completely broken in front of me. And I was leading this secretariat, moving toward an agreement. So I knew that my professional life demanded me to get up in the morning, put my smile on my face, go motivate my team. Yes, we're going to do this here. Whiteboard, here's the strategic plan for this year. Here's this Substar. Here's what we're doing at SBI. Here's what we're doing at COP. Always with a lot of enthusiasm and support for everyone in the team, let alone for governments as well. But I went home at night and just cried myself to sleep for a whole year. And that contrast between who I was at night and who I was during the day, my day job and my nightmare, just got to be so much that I became suicidal. So at one point, I did write to a friend of mine before WhatsApp an email. And I said, right, I need something because otherwise I will not make it. And he said, like what? Email. And I said, I don't know, maybe Buddhism? And he goes, Buddhism? What the heck do you know about Buddhism? I said, nothing. I don't even know how it's spelled. It has a double D, a double H, double something. Just look it up. So this dear friend sent me a link. I clicked on the link, and it was the link to the Plum Village Monastery of Thich Nhat Hanh in France. And I read the first page, and I went, I don't understand a thing, but my gut tells me that's it.
That's it.
It's not up here, it's here. But then I went location, and it's in France. And I wrote back to him and said, you don't understand. I am having these suicidal tendencies. The suicide is I'm going to throw myself in front of a train. I have to take a train here from Germany to France. I won't make it. You don't understand. Put two and two together, okay? And he goes, okay. And then he sent me another link. I open it up. Plum Village Monastery in Germany. Location, 45 minutes from my house. I can drive there. So I drove there the next day after much negotiation about, please give me a bed because I'm desperate. And that's where my journey started. That's where my journey started because I began to understand the connection, because I had kept these two things completely apart, what was going on inside of me and what my external responsibilities were. And I began to understand you can't hold them apart. We have to bring these into alignment, and it is precisely what I have inside. It is precisely that which I nurture and cultivate and fertilize inside. That is what gets expressed outside. It's not like these two are two different worlds. They're actually completely interrelated. They are mutually supported of each other, and they mutually affect each other.
Okay. The universe is talking to you.
So you know what that gong means.
I mean, yes,
I took it definitely as a sign of the universe. Thank you, universe. But also, it means we have to go to the last question.
I know, which is a pity because it feels like I'm only just beginning a conversation that matters. Okay, the last question.
Wait, did you read the last question? Because then I get to read the last question. We can read it together, because I think it's a question for both of us.
This is true.
Okay, here we go. Okay, what is present in you after our time together? And what is your wish for me as we leave this space? Okay, because this is sort of a mirroring effort, it's a little bit complicated to understand who you and me is in this question. So okay, so let me ask you, what is present in you after our time together? And what is your wish for me as we leave this space? It better be a good wish, okay?
Okay, no pressure whatsoever. Longing. I would love to have another hour, possibly without a stage, to actually just have a really, really good conversation and learn. Because I feel like we just barely opened a bit of a door in so many different moments of choice, of opportunity, of what's going on in the world, and the implications of what this is, and what you are doing, and what Plum Village is doing. So, longing. What's my wish for you as we leave this space? I asked you a question backstage that is sitting with me as I meet people in my work who have gone or are going to Plum Village. And the question I was holding and am holding is, when and how do we get to critical mass of people who have taken that 45-minute trip at the exact moment that they needed it, have never looked back, and keep coming back for more, so that they keep building and rebuilding a sense of being in order to become, and holding and creating the space for being and becoming, and how to do that in a way that is humane, not performative, not a commodity, not a management consulting tool, not a new bright shiny framework that we're going to slap up there next year along with the McKinsey Horizon 3 framework, but actually just a space of being in every single moment, including the space of being when you are at your lowest point, and being able to find that space in the midst of the things that we are performing with each other to try and change the world. My wish is how can you work with me, with others, with all of us, to get that critical mass to come through in time? Let me ask you this question. No, I think we're going to ignore the universe this time. What is present in you after our time together? And what is your wish for me as we leave this space?
What is present for me is the delight of a deep discovery of who you are, because we've never spent time together. We've known of each other, but this is the first time that we're actually having a conversation. So I leave this with a huge sense, a deep sense of joy of the discovery of who you are. And my wish is that you'll be willing to be my soul sister. Wow.
Please give it up once more for Christiana Figueres and Kirsten Dunlop. I heard, don't mess with the diva, so I thought I'll mess with her myself. I wonder, is the IDG Summit a place that is glamorous, fancy, a celebration? Or can it also be a place that is down to earth, casual, chill? If you ask me, both. This is communication. And the power of good communication is that it transmits a message or a meaning without many words. And that is what good branding, design, marketing does. Our next speaker is an expert in this, as he calls himself a brand activist. An architect by education, he actually bridges design, strategy, and activism to transform complex challenges like climate change into actionable solutions. The story he is about to share is nothing less but a step-to-step guide that illustrates how one communication campaign actually managed to turn the entire Danish building industry around. It is also the story of one person who might have felt lonely in his frustration and stepped into action to actually mobilize many through that. Please welcome on stage Kasper Reimer Bjørkskov.
Hi everyone. I'm not an activist, I'm an architect. And originally I became an architect because I wanted to make people's lives better. But that's not what the industry does today. It's a main driver of climate breakdown, and it's really, really neglecting the people it's meant to serve. That's why I was so happy when I met this pledge. This is Architecture Declare. It's a global pledge for architects to take climate action. So I quickly sort of wrote them and said, what do I need to do? What actions do I need to take? How can I be a part of this? And then came the very, very disappointing answer. Nothing. Just sign up, and then that's all good. And I was like, okay. I got frustrated because this is exactly how the status quo is kept alive. These commitments makes it seem like there's progress, but in reality it's nothing but empty promises. So I really wrote an angry post on social media, and then I asked if anyone wanted to be in on figuring out what it would mean to create a transition in the building industry that would actually ensure that we could enable this climate neutral transition. And for a long time there was just crickets. I was like, okay, I'm the only one with this. But suddenly 2 messages ticked in, and that was the spark. The spark of a movement called the Reduction Roadmap. And it's a movement that's with a vision to align the Danish building industry with the latest climate science and enable the transition towards a sustainable future. And to our surprise, we were actually quite successful, because this is the first time in Danish history that the entire building industry has come together not to fight legislation, but to demand it. So how do we get here? And we have to rewind a bit, because to understand how we could enable this change, we also have to understand how our degenerative system works. So we live in a broken system. 7 out of 9 planetary boundaries have been broken, and billions of people live outside of decent living conditions, not having access to water, food, or even shelter. So how is it that we came to serve a system that promised us prosperity, but in reality is accelerating us towards collapse? To understand this, we must understand how power works and how it shapes our opinion. So in 1777, a Scottish philosopher, David Hume, says something striking. Nothing appears more surprising than the easiness of which the many are governed by the few. Why is it that billions live by the rules that are set by a small elite? His answer was quite simple. Power doesn't rest on force, it rests on opinion. And actually, 2 decades later, Anthony Gramsci sits in his prison cell in Italy saying that power endures by shaping culture. And it's that the powerful that maintain control by shaping opinion. So I just want to help, you need to help me illustrate something. Can any of you just raise your hand if you ever felt guilty for resting? Felt guilty for not working hard enough? Felt guilty for not being productive enough? Okay, look around, you're not alone. And I think that's the trick. This is not natural. This is a story we've been taught to keep us obedient. Because if you think your value is only what you produce, you will keep producing until it burns you out or till you break the planet. And that's the entire point, is that power doesn't need any change when it governs us from within. And nowhere in this shaping opinion more evident than in the role of capitalism and neoliberalism. And then you might think, oh, that's just a natural progression of the system. That's just how we have evolved. But it's actually not. This is manipulated and forced. Because after the Second World War, the elites didn't fear more war, they feared democracy. Because democracy means shared power. So what did they do? They set out to not build an army, but build an idea. Redefine freedom. Freedom is the market, and tyranny is the government. And so they hired a small elite of economists, politicians, scientists, journalists to run think tanks, infiltrate universities, and even infiltrate media companies. All with that same story, is that freedom is for market, not for people. And they did quite well. It wasn't really super successful, but in the 70s, a crisis came. So the oil crisis in the 70s, and then a stagflation in the UK. And what do politicians do when they look for solutions? When there's a crisis, they look for solutions. And there they were, ready-made. The neoliberal doctrine entered not through force, but through ballots with Thatcher and Reagan. So this small group of elites is now a global network called the Atlas Network, spanning 3,000 think tanks. And they have these tactics that we see them everywhere. It's delay. So Exxon knew about climate change in 1973, but they buried the evidence. And then it's deflect. BP invented the carbon footprint to make it about your personal choices, not about their emissions. And then they distract. So they create fake reports that make it seem like climate change is not that bad. And if you're unaware, this is the report that came out 2 months ago from the White House. This is how bad it all had become. So what does this story actually teach us? It teaches us how a small elite could take an idea from the margins all the way into the mainstream, reshaping how culture works, how our economic system works, and even our understanding of what freedom means. But if it's been done before, we can do it again. Not to centralize power, but to redistribute it. Because this is the lesson. If you want to change something, start with changing minds. The most powerful revolutions didn't start in boardrooms or in parliaments. They start in the stories we choose to believe. So how do we then enable this change? We first have to understand why we are failing to mobilize. We've been told the story that if we communicate fear, then people will become paralyzed. So we shouldn't do that. And politicians say it, and media enforces it. But in reality, the science is clear. If we communicate fear, guilt, and moral communication, and pair it with actionable steps for what people need to do, it's far more effective at mobilizing. And we know this already, because if you get a cancer diagnosis from a doctor, it's not a hopeful message. It's fearful, but it might be the single thing that prompts you to change course, to stop smoking, and to revisit how you live your life. And to understand why we need to break this conformity, we need to look at two psychological traits. One is called social conformity, the other one is called the bystander effect. And in the 1960s, two university professors did a study called the smoke-filled room experiment. They put a person into a room without them knowing that they slowly entered smoke through the room. When people were alone, 9 out of 10 reported the smoke within 6 minutes. And then they ran the experiment one more time. But this time, they put a group of actors they were instructed to sit still while the smoke was seeping through into the room. And what happened? 1 out of 10 reported the smoke. And had it been in real life, they would have all been killed. And that's the thing. That's the two psychological forces at play. The bystander effects tell us that we spread responsibility out evenly. So if no one is reacting, I'm also not going to react. And then secondly, the social conformity. We don't like to break social conformity. We like to do what everyone else does. We don't want to be the odd one out. So we stick to our guns until say nothing. And we see this everywhere. So there's a climate breakdown almost on the news every day, yet we stay silent and we do nothing. And this is why it's so important to communicate the truth and communicate the science, even though it's fearful. Because we need to understand that when we break conformity, shifts happen. Because when fear is paired with action, it doesn't freeze us, it fuels us. But of course, it starts with speaking up, but it's not enough. If we want to propel people to actually do something, we have to understand how social norms are actually created. And we used to think that social norms are something that come from above. It's rules or punishment or sort of social change within our small group. And it's not. We know that it's the signals around us. It's the information environment we have. So it's the stories we hear. It's the behavior that is visible. It's the institution that legitimizes these things. And at the end, it's also the identity we choose to take on. And the cool thing is that we know from the countries that have been successful in getting people to smoke less, what happened? Was it a new study? No. Was it more information? No, it wasn't. It happened when heroes stopped smoking in movies, when we banned it from restaurants and cafes, when we made it much more expensive to buy cigarettes. So if change depends on this changing the signal around us and not just what we know, it also helps us explain why we are so bad at mobilizing. Because we keep assuming that values leads to action. We just need to know a little more, then our values change, and then action happens. But in reality, it's the other way around. Is that action shape values? And that's the best way to understand this is that, think of it like this. It's easier to act your way into a new way of thinking than it is to think your way into a new way of acting. But of course, it's not either or. It's both. But we have to understand the sequencing. Action ignites, reflection sustains. And that's how it is. It's not either or, but it's how we combine them and how we understand how the sequencing and how they work. And change is not a loop. It's a spiral that could be either positive or negative. So our point is that we need to change the information systems around us that prompts a new action, that enables reflections, that then turns into value change, and then prompts new action. And I'm sorry, but this is a significant problem if we understand it this way to the IDG principles. Because if actions shape our values, we got the sequencing wrong. We need to go from action that enable collaboration, which fosters relation and ensures thinking, and then ultimately ends up at being. So, but because we get what we act on, not what we dream of. And we need to remember this, because it's so important. We don't need more insights. We need more action. But even when we shape our values, so now we said that we have to speak up, we have to understand how norms work, and then we have a value shift when we act. And that is also true. But we have to be aware of something quite fundamental, is that we don't absorb values passively, we bend them to fit our identity. So that's the kicker. We need to understand how identity is formed. And this is a quite striking example, because in 2024, the biggest part of Republicans said that they would never elect a convicted felon. What happened when Donald Trump was elected? They directly flipped. And this is because the value of not electing a convicted felon was secondary to the identity of being a Republican. So this isn't hypocrisy, and we see it in Democrats as well, so it's not just a Republican thing. But it's the cognitive dissonance that we believe our beliefs are not carved in stone. They're sticky notes that we use to rewrite who we think we are. And this is really important, because facts alone rarely change mind, but identity does. That's why branding is so important, because it's the engineering of identity. Branding is about shaping desires through identity. It tells us who we are and who we would like to become. It's a simple formula: sell identity first, outcome second. And it helps us explain why climate campaigns are so shit at this. I'm sorry, but but because we keep selling planetary boundaries, net zero, tipping points, they're all factually true, but it doesn't move anyone. That's why Nike never sold shoes. They sold the idea of becoming an athlete. And UN sells us facts we wish we didn't know. And I hope you can see the difference. And this is actually what the Atlas Network mastered. Because what they did was that they didn't sell an idea, they sold an identity. So when we understand this, we can also use it to really figure out what to do next. How do we reverse the playbook? How do we use this for the common good? So here are 5 sort of simple things we learned during the campaign that helped us enable this systemic change. So direction turns small steps into systemic change. So movements like to think that we need systemic change tomorrow, because otherwise it's not good enough. But that's not how systems change. They gradually tip. So we need to have a clear direction, understand where to go, and take the best adjacent possible route. And this requires compromise and reconciliation. And it's very difficult to get this in movements, but we need it. So in reduction roadmap, we knew that we had to reduce how many buildings we built, actually quite significantly. But we could not get an industry mobilized around that. It was simply impossible. So we said, we need to mobilize around getting emission caps on how much buildings can emit. That is in line with the climate science. So that was the first adjacent step. I'll tell you later why this matters. And then we turned minority insights into majority action. So we took insight out of old dusty PDF written for experts and turned it into something that everyone could understand. And that's the key. When you take complex insights and make it accessible for people, it creates agency. And when people have agency, they act. And then we branded it as something different. We didn't brand it as yet another activist campaign where you just have to do all of these things. We branded it for a conservative industry that everyone could see themselves in. And in this way, we reduce risk. And then, now we knew what we had to actually mobilize around. We knew how it had to be communicated. But how do we then mobilize? So many campaigns focus on getting the center of power to move. But the thing is that the center never moves because they are dependent on status quo. So it's about mobilizing periphery. And we know from science that when 25% of a group adopts a new norm, the rest follow suit. And that's a super important lesson, because it means that we shouldn't go for convincing everyone. We should go for convincing the people that are actually likely to support our cause. So that's what we did. we invited 40 of the most progressive people in the entire value chain in for the building industry. We told them what we were going to do, asked for their input, and ensured their endorsement. So what happened was that when we went live with it, it seemed like there was a huge momentum, and all these immediately joined, and it moved the entire periphery to then ultimately move the middle. And then we did something else. We made what we asked of them simple, emotional, beneficial, and actionable. We made it simple and emotional because we said that please support that our new legislation of new builds is in adherence with the Paris Accord. And when we did this, we inadvertently said, if you don't support this, you don't support the Paris Accord. And that's a thing that most companies can't afford to say. And then when they then signed up, we made it beneficial and actionable. Then they got us a graphic with their logo on that they could share with the rest of the industry, not through our campaign, but through their own voice. And when people share these things through their own voice, with their own communication, it starts feeling less like a campaign and more like a cultural shift. And then lastly, in a world where everyone is overburdened with problems and we are stressed, we're really, really stressed, we don't need more problems, we need solutions. So what we said is that okay, for the building industry professional, we found all the cases that proved that this emission cap was possible and said it's even going to be a competitive advantage. For the bigger industry, we showed that before we had very harsh regulation, which had enabled some of the biggest companies in the world, which is Grundfos, Danfoss, and which actually came out of our harsh legislation. And then for the politician, we calculated how much CO2 this campaign would save if it was enforced. And then we said it's going to make it so much easier to live up to the Paris Accord. And that changes everything. So that's how we took an idea from the margins to the mainstream. And now over 900 companies have signed up, and it's by far the majority of building industry workplaces that is supporting this. So it's a united industry. What else happened is that we reduced the emission caps for new build, but the most important thing that I'm so proud of, you remember when I said we couldn't run a campaign on reducing how much we built? 3 years later now, there's a huge building stop movement in Denmark, and for the parliament elections coming up now, it's endorsed by 2 political parties. So what was before impossible is now possible. And that's how you create the gradual systemic shifts. And this is actually the most important lesson. If you take one thing away, please take this away. Because no company can do this alone, or organization. If we had asked individual actors to just follow the reduction roadmap that we set out, they would have been outcompeted by other companies that didn't give a rat's ass about this. But the thing is that when we united everyone to create legislation change, it evens the playing field, and it turns a weakness into a strength. This is the way out of the multipolar trap. Enable collective action for systemic change. So what began as a frustrated, really annoyed architect's post on social media became something much bigger. And it taught me something, that a single act, a single post, a single thing of courage really can set ripple in motion that changes the entire system. So please speak up, even if your voice shakes. Good.
Thank you so much, Kasper, for sharing this truly impressive story. And I get the impression if you ever want to put out a social media post again, it might probably go viral quite quickly.
Hopefully.
I wonder, in one of our conversations we had before this talk, you said that we cannot change everything we face, but what we face can change us.
Yeah.
And I wonder, since you've basically faced the entire Danish building industry, how has that process changed you?
I think it changed me in a quite profound way, because I was running a research lab before doing this mobilization. And I thought that more knowledge, we just need to talk more about it. Then we would have the change. But it was when we did the action that I really felt like we could do a difference. So for me, it really changed the mindset. It's like, it's not about just, it's important to have the reflection, it's important to have the insights, but most important is to go out and live it and try to be in it, because otherwise you never get these insights. Had we not done this, had we just kept it a roadmap we had sent out and not done the mobilization, we would have gotten nowhere. It would have been yet another PDF we just throw out into the air that hope people will catch. So that's what I learned.
Thank you so much that you actually showed your frustration and you mobilized the entire industry. Please give it up once more for Kaspar Reimer Bjørkskov. How many of you would say, I am happy? Just show. And how many of you would say, I'm happy at work? It's good. Curious to hear what you work. Our next speaker is doing her very best so that her employees actually raise their hand when they're asked that question. She comes from a country where happiness is one of the 3 core principles as a foundation for its identity. Vietnam. She's the CEO of BTS, which is one of Vietnam's leading footwear brands with over 6,500 employees. And with her background as a chemical engineer, she was actually quite interested in the question, how can you make happiness measurable? So she implemented an entire transformation process in their company that put happiness at the very core of it. Apart from being an outstanding leader, and she's been awarded several times in the Asia-Pacific region, she's also an outstanding leader of her own life, because she's really gone on that quest to figure out what she wishes for in her life, and then actually do the action to make those wishes happen. Here to tell her story, please welcome Queen, or as she kindly lets her Western colleagues call her, Cindy Wu.
Hello, how are you today? Yes. So I'm really happy to be here today to share with you about my journey. And first of all, I want to start with a moment to honor my teacher, who is Dr. Haven Thor. So he just recently passed away 19 days ago, and he was the speaker last year at the IDG Summit, and probably some of you know him. And I feel so proud as his student. So today I can stand here to really share about my own story, our company story, and the way of happiness story. I would love, so all of us, we can make 3 breaths to really honor him. So the first breath is connection with self. I always thankful to my teacher, who is a very centered person, and also very disciplined and full of very productive. So the second breath is how he relate to others, especially his student. As his student, I always felt like he gave me so much space, so much love and wisdom, and really encouraged me in whatever I do. And I think that is the most beautiful gift a teacher can give a student. And the third breath is the way he connects to nature. I think Dr. Thor is a very great example of a human being can lead such a very happy and fulfilled life. So, thank you. So here I would like to present you happiness as a corporate strategy, and it's really now become our strategy of the company. And I would like to share my story. So how I come about with this happiness journey. So it's back 14 years ago, back in 2011, when I was just 31 years old. And there was a moment of my life that I felt like I have existential crisis, that with all the abundance of material wealth and success and good position, good education, good career, but somehow I feel very empty inside. And really, as if my whole life has been framed by society, by what my parents told me, by what the teachers told me. But really, what is the meaning of my life? And then I came a book from His Holiness Dalai Lama, the book called The Art of Happiness, that a friend gave me because she saw that I was so sad. And in that book, His Holiness Dalai Lama say that the purpose of life is happiness. And at that time I say, wow, because I didn't grow up that way with my parents told me that. My parents always told me that you have to be successful and you have to be wealthy so you can help others, which is very good intention anyway, but never anybody tell me that I should do something that really makes me happy. So from that, I actually make a research on how to be a happy person. I didn't reject that His Holiness Dalai Lama idea about the purpose of life is happiness, so I investigate in that. So there are two things that I figure out along the process. First of all is gratitude, because gratitude can bring your happiness. And I reflect on my life. I have so much material wealth, which I think I have taken it for granted and not really appreciate little thing that happened to me. And, you know, with this all abundance and richness and material wealth, and you don't appreciate anything. And then you have to train your mind to be more appreciative and learning about all the good conditions that others have bring to you. So that is the first thing I learned about gratitude. And I really practice it every day, 5 things that I'm grateful for that day. And this really changed me. And the second is I make the 3 wishes of my life. So I really want to be in the presence of the happiest person in the world, which is His Holiness Dalai Lama here. He's a very humorous teacher of me, and I really love him. And then the second is the Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh, who also talked a lot about happiness. And I think the wisdom he gave me that really saved my life through that crisis. And the third is because Katrina introduced me, I'm a chemical engineer. So I would like to, happiness can be measured. It's not something that, you know, it's just emotion. So that's why I really want to go to Bhutan, because the countries that actually measure the success of their countries by on the happiness of their people. So I really want to understand how they do it. Yeah, so that I make these 3 wishes, to go to meet His Holiness Dalai Lama, to go to meet Thich Nhat Hanh monk, and also to go to Bhutan to see how they use the GNH framework. GNH at Gross National Happiness Framework. So, you know, and then I met my husband, and we got married. 4 months after my marriage, he's got the stomach cancer, and 16 months later, he passed away, which is really devastated, because my husband, he's really my soulmate and the love of my life, and I was spending so much years to find him, and eventually he passed away, so it was really sad. But at that moment, I think that I have to let myself just 2 months to get over it. Because if I just delve too much into my suffering, I think I would not be here today. So at that time, I see what I can do for others, really focus my life into be benefit for others. And during that time, I met myself that I need to fulfill that my 3 wishes of life. And in consecutive 2015, 2016, 2017, I fulfilled all of these 3 wishes, which is, I think, this was really the blessing of my husband, and also that pushed me to really go forward. And then I asked, after I fulfilled my 3 wishes, I asked myself, what next? What can I do? What next? Now I fulfill my personal wishes in this lifetime. And I remember back in 2015, I met His Holiness Dalai Lama in person. And there was one sentence that really struck me. He said, whatever you do, like your motivation should be benefit all sentient beings. And I really reflect on that sentence over years. I said, in my positions at that time as a vice president of the company, what I can do for my people. We have around 8,000 employees at that time. What can I do to really benefit them? And also really benefit for the environment, the planet that we are in. So, lucky for me, because I be able to invite Dr. Havantar, who is my teacher, who is also former director of Gross National Happiness in Bhutan, to really help us to launch a happiness project inside our company. Just to, with all of my suffering, I just wish my employee equipped with something very essential skill, happiness skill, that really equip them through the challenging time, that they can move through that in a very smooth. So I would like to introduce a bit about our company. Our company called BITIS, and it has been around for 43 years, since 1982. We are a national brand that serves for many generations of Vietnamese, and we have about 6,200 folks. We are a national brand, really like each of the Vietnamese in their lifetime will own a pair of shoes of us. So we are really proud of what we're doing. But in the culture, because 7 years after the war, and how we have to move people, especially the farmer, to go to the factory and work. It's actually, we use a lot of, military-based rule, and also the culture is very top-down, where the boss say, and you do whatever you do. So it's really a lot of fear inside the organization. And we not be able to retain the talent and also recruit the younger generation coming to our company. So, and also I see a lot of suffering inside the company where they feel a sense of not disconnected and not empowering, I think nobody wants to be the boss because they're afraid that they're gonna have to take responsibility. So how we change that? So with the Happiness Project, I want to move from the fear-based of management to the love-based of management. And I really need an expert to help. Yes, so that's where the Dr. Havantar come into place, and I'm very grateful for him. So this is the who. We have here is Dr. Havantar and Eli team. Eli is at Eurasia Learning Institute, is the one institute Dr. Tar has established. And we have my dear Dharma sister Ursula sitting here. She also like co-founder of Presencing Institute. And then have myself. And also I put this here as happiness lineage. Why I say that? Because we are a Buddhist country. And then for 2,500 years, we really thinking a lot and practice a lot about happiness and how to transform suffering into happiness. And then 80 years ago, I think the father of the countries, Ho Chi Minh, he also created the 3 values of our countries is independence, freedom, and happiness. So this we really embrace the happiness as a Buddhist countries and also as a government, really wish the happiness for our people. So this is the who, and I'm talking now with the what. So what we do at the Happy Buddhist Project. So here we're talking about the happiness skill. Happiness skill here is based on 3 connections. And we have experienced the 3 breaths with first connection with self. And the second is connection with others. And the third is connection with nature. And all of that's really based on mindfulness. How are you mindful enough with these 3 connections? And we really have to practice that inside our company to really increase the happiness of our people. And the second thing is at the company level that how we use this GNH framework as in 9 domains of gross national happiness to measure and to survey the happiness and well-being of our people. And also we use Theory U. So I think some of you here know about Theory U to really solve the challenges that our organization facing. So this is the what, and this is the how. So at the pilot phase, because I'm a very careful person, I don't know how a project like that can be effective or not, I don't know. So I really have to try. So at the pilot phase, what we do is we have the VIP retreat that really set the tone of our company, where on the leader, senior leader in the company really align with the vision that now our company will go forward with happiness and embraces as one of the way that we operating. And then we organize different retreats for our colleagues to really learning about the happiness skill, learning how to better connect with nature, how to better connect with other people through deep listening and compassionate communications, and also how to be better to connect with themselves. So you can see here as the happiness skill and training retreat. And after that, especially is in 2021, you know, COVID time, and we really have to lock down at that time, and 50% of our store closed, and then 30% of our factory just still functioning. And I faced enormous challenge because at that time we have about 8,000 family, 8,000 workers working with us. So how I can move through this COVID, because I don't know, at that time I don't know how long we're gonna lock down, and then how I'm gonna be able to help these 8,000 workers to sustain our workforce. And at that time, I think really this happiness skill really equip us and help us with the GNH framework as well. So we be able to have a lot of activity, very creative activity. Because at that time, you don't focus on business anymore. You focus on the happiness and well-being and the health of the people. So we come up with a lot of initiatives. Our goal at that time for our community of 8,000 people is nobody left behind. And then all of us always feel very connected and also very loving and very engaging. And we face that fear together. So really, the 2021 years of the COVID lockdown time is a time that really tests what we have been learning over the past 3 years of the piloting period. Will they benefit us as a community? So, and then we can see here, every year we do the GNS survey, the VIP retreat, to really look at in each of these domains, where are we with the lowest score, and how we can help our colleagues to improve this score. And I think that's also with this VIP retreat is actually open the door, the space for us to discuss to discuss the domain that's very strong. For example, we're talking about living standard. Why the living standard that our score of our colleague is very low? Why the time use is low? Why the health score is low? And also, where are the learning and development opportunity for us? And then also we apply the theory U to solve the business challenges. We solve the challenges on the product making, on the marketing that really disconnect with what we do as a company, and the way that marketing is really superficial. It's just like you wear makeup, but it's not really you. And also on the learning and development model that inside our company. So I'm really thankful for my sister Ursula here, because really she helped us through that process, really building a model that can solve our business challenges. And after this is the Happy Business 7th year, what we do is each of our colleagues, they equipped with the happiness skill. That's based on the 3 connections. So on the meeting in our company, we will start with 2 minutes of mindfulness, and then we will have a check-in to know the energy of the people in the room, to set the tone for the meeting. And then we have 1 hour per week that we have the happy circle, where we really practice this happiness skill and sharing. So all the people always feel there is a sense of belonging for them to belong to this company, and they be able to share with their colleagues. And then we have the 15 minutes of mindful movement practice every morning. And you can see this is the 5 years of we doing the GNS surveys of our company. But I will not go into it. I ran out of time now. So I have to manage the time right. So this is the Happy Business Success. And I just put it here. So you can take a photo. You can look at it later. So really culture change, one team, one vision. Our mission is to cultivate a happy and effective community of working and learning together. And we want to be an Asian brand that really embraces the happiness path of all. And then you can see about the retention rate, the team harmony, and the business as a force for good. And one of the important things when we're talking about nature inside our company, it's not propaganda. It's really the way you connect with nature that brings your awareness that on what the nature is facing. And from that, you take actions. And we also have really focus on health, to help Vietnamese, especially our colleagues, to become more healthy. And you can see this photo. I put this photo because it's the way that we celebrate the 50 years of independence from America. And you can see each of us here, this is our national flag, a red color and the star inside. So I want each of our colleagues to be really a star in themselves, and how I can provide the environment for them to really flourish, to be the best version of themselves. So this is the external impact. We actually, together with Dr. Havan Thor, and to create a happy school movement in Vietnam, to really equip with the teacher with the happiness skill and how to facilitate the classroom to be more a happy place and productive place. And also we have Happy Station, and also I think like social innovation on sustainability. So this is the external impact. You can take a photo of this. And then this is what we learned. I think throughout the way that we're talking about happiness, GNH framework, I'll be able to put it down side by side with the IDG, the scale. And this all the scale that we actually have this. And also the SDG, we have the 15 SDG that we can fulfill with this. So you can see the link from happiness scale, IDG, and then SDG together. So future vision, we want to be a business for good. I want to all of our colleagues, 6,200 people, to be a force for good together. It's not just the leader, like all of us at the community. And we want to promote happiness and well-being across Asia. So thank you. And this is our mindfulness bear, what we create for the kids. It's really inspired from the lotus. In Asia, we have this saying, and also Buddhism, we have this saying, no mud, no lotus. We can transform our suffering into something very beautiful and very beneficial to all. So thank you.
Thank you, Cindy, for this really concrete example how inner development within a corporate setting can work and really make a difference. I remember you often quote, attention must align with intention. And I found it really impressive how you have set those wishes for yourself and then really followed that intention with all your attention. And I wonder, where is your attention going now? Have you set new wishes for yourself?
Yes, I do. I set new wishes for myself. I think I want all of us here as 8 billion people in our planet can be the best version of themselves, really flourishing in our own way, because I think it's the time. And we know the method already, and we know how that we can be a happier and more productive human being. So I really want all of us to be a very beautiful and unique flower in the humanity garden.
Well, since you were quite successful with your first wishes, I hope you will be successful this one as well.
Yes.
Please give it up for Cindy Wu.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next session is especially dear to our heart, as we want to draw on our own self-awareness, critical thinking, perspective skills, our openness to learn, both as an IDG organization and as an IDG community that we're all part of. Since the beginning of the IDG's existence, there has been a lot of skepticism, criticism, polarizing views around a lot of it. The IDG framework, how the organization is set up, the general idea of the IDGs. And at the IDG Summit, we also want to be a brave space that really invites for constructive criticism, healthy debate, and the respectful exchange that helps us to develop together. This is why also this year we want to invite you into an experience where we want to strengthen our own awareness around our responses towards polarity, so that we can actually create a space within ourselves to hold them better and work with them in a different way. To guide you through this experience, I will invite a woman on stage who's a masteress when it comes to sensing a room, and the ones who've been through the IDG ambassador training will have seen her in action do that. She's an acclaimed facilitator, educator, and author with 25 years of leadership development experience. So please welcome an equally gentle and strong force of a woman, Pamela Fonsabbia.
Hi, everyone. And I can notice right now I'm just trying to hold my own inner polarities of excitement and nervousness. So I would like to invite you to another experiment. Are you up for that? I'm glad to hear. I have noticing that it seems for us to really be able to hold complexity is about to be able to be on that emergent edge of not knowing and the unknown and the uncertainty. And we just watched the video and just pay attention to what a multi-layered IDD universe we are part of. So many possibly different experiences, perspectives, and most likely worldviews. And many of us, most likely on a conceptual level and an aspirational level, is trying maybe to move away from polarity and binary thinking. And still, I don't know how it is about you, but on an everyday practical level, I can notice myself falling into not really being able to hold polarity. I don't know how it is about you. I'm not always elegant by holding both and sometimes I slip into either off. Am I the only one in the room? Okay, thank you. For the nervous part of me, it feels a little bit good to know that I'm not alone. And this session is an invitation for us to practice together, to practice like more to be aware of how it feels from within when I'm receiving something from the outside. And very soon we're going to move in to the exercise. So get ready. But before that, I would like to share a short story of one of my own failures when I couldn't hold, in the beginning at least, and it took some time, I couldn't hold the both and. 12 years ago, when my son was 15, I became aware of that he was drawn to right-wing politics, right far out. And it hit me quite hard. One of my strongest values is equality. One reason is because I deeply believe that every human has the same worth. And the other is that my mother came to Sweden, his grandmother came to Sweden as a refugee when she was 9. So something in me got activated in the presence of him. And I went into, I'm not so proud of this, but I went into opposition, blaming, judging, trying to convince him that he was wrong in the polarity he was holding. And of course, the more I pushed, the more I tried to convince him, the distance grew bigger. And our conversations were silent. And luckily, at some point, I remember what I do on stage, at work. What I know and have known like for decades before this happened, that I was educating people about change and how to create change. That we can only meet another person when we are truly able to meet them where they're at and not oppose them. So I began a long practice, and it felt very long because it felt urgent as well. It was my son. So it was a practice of self-regulation, nervous system regulation, perspective taken, curiosity, openness, connection, and presence, to be able to deeply listen. It took me some time, I can tell you that, before I could have a conversation with my son and actually stay open. To listen, to not argue, to just be fully there. And suddenly, something beautiful happened. A dialogue that is continuing to this day, where I could hear the validity in his perspective that I wasn't able to hear before. So now we're going to enter the exercise, and I don't know if it will work. It's an experiment, so maybe we will fail. Let's see. Are you ready? Okay, great. And it can be a bit activated, emotionally activated, maybe. So I hope I have your consent for going forward. Do I? Thank you. So in a moment, you will hear 16 statements. They are divided in 2 rounds, 8 statements each. And in the first statement, I'm going to very soon ask you all to stand up. And when you hear a statement, you have 2 choices. And I know this is already a bit binary, but just like go with me, okay? And the most important part, maybe it's not only, when you hear the statement, what happens within you. It's also like how it's designed, what we're doing, what we're not doing. And just like keep on bringing your self-awareness to reflect what happens within me. We're here to practice. We're here to learn together in this moment. Not talking about it, but having a possibly felt sense experience. So, if you agree with the statement, you're standing up and you're facing the stage. If you disagree, you turn around. Is that clear enough? Okay, great, thank you. And this is not a moment for a debate. I hope you will have days forward when you can have conversations and debating and have dialogues around different perspectives and polarities. No, this moment is a moment of paying inwards and outwards as an inner laboratory to just be curious. What's going on? How do I relate to differences, to polarity, to tension? And we're going to do this exercise to expand our capacity to hold complexity, because that's what is in my worldview. So please stand up, everyone. And I invite you, and this is an invitation, so you don't have to do anything in this moment or for the rest of the session. But I invite you to don't overthink. We grown-ups, we tend to overthink, so don't overthink. Try to breathe into your body. We can breathe a bit, just like go in so you're connected. Maybe push your feet down the floor, maybe push your fingers in your palms. And then we just try it together. You agree, you're facing me. You disagree, you turn around. Just try to turn around one more time. Yeah, like this. Thank you. So it's about making a choice after every statement. So now the light will go off. So are you ready?
It's time to face reality. Our house is on fire. The sustainability crisis is at our doorstep, and our structures are failing. It's time to wake up, be the adults, and act collectively now.
Time to make a choice.
What we face will take generations for us to adapt to. Fear and revolutions rarely build anything good. Trust me, I'm born in the Soviet Union. Societies need to evolve slowly. We need to give our children positive visions. Let's focus on what works, not on what's broken.
If you're agreeing, face the stage. If you're disagreeing, turn around.
Much of what is called inner development is just a nice distraction. It can make us self-centered and less likely to develop real power in the world. Instead of engaging in courageous collective action, too many people are sitting in ice baths and attending sound healings.
And again, make a choice, agreeing, disagreeing. Pay attention to the social field in the room, to your inner landscape.
Inner development is a necessity. Without it, anything else is useless. If we don't change the people in the system, we will not change the system. We have to stand within to change the outside.
And again, sense into your body. Are you agreeing, disagreeing?
The main focus of the IDG movement needs to be within the business sector. This is where change can be led. This is where economic power lies, and this is where cultural norms are ultimately set.
And again, noticing the room is moving. How does that make you feel in your inner world?
The heart of the IDG movement must be at grassroots. That is, where real change happens. Day by day, person by person. Culture doesn't scale by command. It grows where people are free to shape it.
Are you contracting? Are you expanding? Do you feel resonance?
Bridging oppositions is bullshit. Embracing both sides is both lame and ineffective. We must choose what is sacred, never compromise on basic human rights. Stand up for life. Act for life.
Can you notice resistance, resonance, agreeing, disagreeing, maybe both, maybe none, maybe one?
Bridging opposition is wisdom. Embracing differences is courageous and transformative. True strength lies not in choosing one over the other, but in noticing the extremes, to see the patterns, the root cause, and to hold that tension, to reveal the truth and new possibilities.
And again, just pay attention. Do you need to move? Do you need to stand where you are? So how many people in this moment, under this first round of the exercise, felt resonance? Can you just show your hands? How many felt resonance with any statement along the way? How many felt resistance? How many felt both and, almost like every statement? Thank you so much for participating in the first part of this experiment. And also just pay attention if you can notice, is there any feelings or thoughts or sensation going on in your body right now? You don't need to do anything with it right now. Just stay with it, just hold it, just be with it. I invite you to sit down again. Thank you so much. Before we move on into the second round, I would like to offer you all a little bit of a nervous system regulation tool. Would you like to try it? Yes? Okay, great. So what you will do is you inhale, and on the inhale you hold your breath, and you really try to sip in as much air as you can when you breathe in. And then you can tense your whole body, just tense, like from feet, thighs, bum, stomach, hands, arms, face. Do you understand me so far? Yeah? And then we will hold breath and we will hold the tension. And then on my instruction, we will release it and then we will breathe again. And we will do that 3 times. Okay, 1, 2, 3, inhale. And hold your breath and tense up your whole body. As you're like 2-year-olds, angry, holding your fist like this, just tense. Come on, you can get it more. Exhale. Yeah, and again, just pay attention what happens within you, and again, and around you as well. And breathe in. Tense. Tense, 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 tense. And just pay attention to the social field in the room, to the space in between you. And again. And tense up for the last time. Give it everything you have. Come on, everything you have. Thank you. And I just want to create awareness. If you just take a moment, what inner feelings, thoughts, tensions, impulses, sensations, maybe like impulses to react, respond, contradict. Just like allow yourself to take a moment and pay attention. And I also want to make it like very clear. This exercise so far, this experiment, is designed for us to fall into like opposite. And every time we give a statement, and then the next statement is almost like a polar to the other. The whole frame is inviting us to fall into binary thinking. And it was a bit of a try also to allow us to become even more aware of the moments when we fail. Like not all the moments where we can elegantly hold complexity and hold polarities and just expand our own universe and by being in relationship to the other or to the wider, the planet. So with that, I would like to go into the next stage of this exercise. Would you like to join me? Okay, it sounds like 70% saying yes. So then I hope the 30 of you will have a good time of enjoying the show. So, and again, it's all about becoming more aware of the inner landscape, what happens when I hit with the outer. So this time, you're not going to stand up. This time, you're going to sit down. And I invite you, if that feels okay for you, to close your eyes and have a moment of introspection. The other one, you could more see what was happening in the room, maybe noticing the social field, the dynamics. Now, just take a moment and fully noticing yourself. What are the feelings? What are the impulses and the sensations? So are you ready for another round? Yes. So you just have your eyes closed, sit down, breathe, and pay attention to your inner landscape. The IDGs need to acknowledge and center ancient wisdom, indigenous knowledge, and deep spirituality, which have been around since the beginning of humanity. Just breathe and keep paying attention.
The inner development goals need to be rooted in scientific evidence, peer-reviewed studies, and proven methodologies. Otherwise, we risk losing the common language with the wider society that we operate within, including governments, institutions, and corporations.
And I invite you to pay attention to the social field, if you can notice contractions, expansions.
The Inner Development Guide is way too simplistic and flat. You can never capture development into 23 skills. It's not possible. And naming the initiative, the Inner Development Goals, tells us that we don't know anything about what development really is. And this inherently is limiting the movement.
What are the inner impulses that you're aware of in this moment, if any?
The Inner Development Guide needs to be as simple as possible. It's a mainstream communication tool that explains why we should even care. We can't only speak to those who have the luxury of time, money, or academic underpinnings.
The IDGs can only grow and grow with integrity if there is strong central support, financial backing, and strategy at the core of the movement.
The IDGs can only grow big by letting the decentralized parts grow organically. There will never enough money or staff power to lead something of this scale. We need to be leveraging the power of volunteer work and allowing people to go things ahead in their own way.
And I invite you to keep paying attention, agreeing, disagreeing.
We are getting stuck in endless conversations around ideology, trying to get it all right instead of moving forward. Stop talking and just try to do something differently.
I'm inviting you to keep breathing, paying attention. What happens within and between you?
We are moving too fast. Just running will take us off track. We need to stop and first get the basics right. Before we start, we need to address questions around power structures, diversity, or colonialism. If we don't, whatever we build will inherently be flawed and failures.
Just pay attention if you notice resonance, resistment. So now we're moving to the next phase in this practice moment, and that is to reflect in pairs. So move to someone next to you or behind you or in front of you, and you will have 2 minutes each to reflect together. And you will see the slide with the statements, and try to see if you can pick the statement that you could notice the strongest reaction within yourself. And person A, the one with the biggest hands, okay? The one with the biggest hands of the 2 of you will start sharing for 2 minutes feelings, thoughts, impulses. And person B with the smaller hands, you will just give presence. You will just give presence. And then I will let you know when you swap, and then it's the other person's turn to share. Is that clear enough? Okay, someone, please continue. So it's time to close your conversation. Time to close your conversation. Next time, this is a facilitation tool. Next time you see my hands up, it means I need your support to close the conversation in the room. So you raise your arm and you close your mouth to support everyone to see what's going on. Thank you. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for your presence. And now it's time to swap. So 2 minutes for the other person to share. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. So I wonder, like, we have just experimented, we have just practiced together with the purpose of increasing our self-awareness, to pay attention when we lose our capacity to hold both and drop into either off. And to increase that muscle of like, how can I find myself when I start to polarize and go into judgment and opposition and wanting to be right? And how can I come back and hold this multi-layered universe of polarities? So is there anyone who would like to share shortly, like, what did you learn? What is your takeaway in this moment of this experiment, this practice? I have one hand there I can see. I think there is a mic somewhere as well. And please be mindful of time, just to... What are we learning?
There were 3 of us, so we had 2 conversations, and one person didn't get to share, but he held the messy middle of both of our conversations. Oh, I agree fully. Or, yeah, I can see that. So it was nice to see that even in a 3, we could represent polarities and someone held the middle.
Thank you. I have a hand over there that I can see. I don't see all of you that good because of the light. What are we learning? What are your takeaway from this practice moment?
At the end of the first session, there were 2, one man that said, we should take sides, and then the other woman said, we can't take sides. And I was like, yeah, we can take sides. You're wrong. Oh, shit. And I'm just grateful because I think this is such a potent embodied examples that the IDG is taking, and we need more examples of this to see what it looks like, because it's so easy to fall into polarization.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have one here. That's the last one, and please be mindful of time. So short.
Yes. I found it very apparent that when we went through the exercise, I had opinions and I had preferences, but when I was reflecting about it, I got reconciled and I could hold the polarities, but only once I have reflected and processed them.
Thank you. Thank you. So as a last thing, I want to say deeply thank you for the speakers that came up to stage and was a part of this experiment. They come from different places in the IDG universe, and I want to release them from their statements so you don't keep projecting that this is what they think they are. So you need to... Some of them maybe hold their statements as a truth, some of them they don't, and please just release them from projections from now on. They have just been very humble and a part of the exercise. And the second thing I want to invite you to is, for the next days, it made a big difference for me when I came to that point with my son, that I was able to have that breathing space of have a choice. Do I need to react right now? Or can I actually breathe in and respond? And by that, becoming that bridge. So take the next days in the different conversations you will enter and practice to be that bridge. And lastly, Viktor Frankl, he said, between stimuli and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our responses. In our responses lays our growth and our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela, for helping us to build bridges here together. Thank you for the speakers to be brave enough to stand up for those statements, and to all of you for stepping into this experiment together. As we move on into our next session, I would like you to also take the energy that we just felt in the room into this next session. And I have a question with you. Who of you answered to the IDG survey that was going on last year? Oh, I see quite a lot of hands. Just a quick reminder what that was. So the whole IDG movement started with a survey with one question, which was basically what are the capabilities that we as humans need in order to develop and actually be able to face our global challenges in a better way. And then that first iteration, that was the beginning of the IDG framework, where we have those beautiful 23 skills in 5 dimensions that most of you know. But as we have just learned in this session previously, we all develop, and so does the framework. So our research team put together a survey that was up and running last year and actually asked that very same question again. And together with researchers from all over the world, they gathered a few more answers, I would say, and managed to distill that into the IDG Framework 2.0, if that is still the name. But let them tell you the whole story in their own words, as they take on what, quite frankly, is probably every researcher's nightmare: trying to put all the data and all the research, the text and the work into one short and concise presentation on a stage. Please welcome on the stage the head of research of co-creation of the IDGs, Fredrik Lindencroner, and the lead analyst of the IDGs, Elif Kush Sayar. Hello, Fredrik and Elif. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Katerina.
As you're going to tell us about this new version of the IDG framework, I wonder, the first question, Fredrik, maybe, can you tell us a bit why we even changed that first framework?
Let us take us back about 5 years when we were all meeting in the kitchen of Jakob Trollbäck's. The conversation was already up. We wanted to become a global community, and a global community requires us to listen from everywhere all the time. So this is the guiding star around the process. How do we bring most voices in to weave it into a beautiful quilt that will help us, hold us, support us in whatever we want to do?
And it sounds like there is quite a lot of work that has actually gone into this. Elif, maybe you can give us a better picture of what that work was.
Yeah.
Right, do we all get it?
Yeah. In fact, it's there is much more than this. This is only the process of what we call analysis. And there it started while we gathered these almost 22,000 responses. And then what we had in our hands, we had almost 1 million, okay, not 1 million, but 900,000 words in total. And when it comes to analysis, the process, in fact, it's not about numbers. We love to speak and show up with big numbers, but really you can see the complexity of the process, and it is a collective sense-making process. So it was a real collective effort together. So we worked together, 19 region teams, and also we had this social body, I call in that way, but also we had the techno body. We needed sense making is a very interpretive process. We needed to have structure also, so they need to be together. And then we asked help, and we received from Max Gudier, and I would like to also now share that, and it supported us very much. So we operated together in this complex process. it was complex, but it was thanks to the shared purpose, maybe, and the intention. We really moved with good energy.
And with that good energy, a lot of changes have happened to what was initially the IDG framework. Maybe, Fredrik, you can actually show us what has changed.
So are you ready? Drum roll. We did work a lot, taking the Bridging Polarities mantra to ourselves, because we have a beautiful IDG framework. But we also have 22,000 people's voices. And how do we find a way to develop the best possible and between them? Well, we use what's strong, we improve it, and we continuously do that. So the approach is to say, okay, learning from everywhere all around the world around, this is actually functioning a lot as a guide. We have to make decisions, very intentional decisions on how to bring it into the particular things we want to solve, right? So we want to guide as the name. We also spent a lot of energy on the way of formulating the dimensions, so the being, thinking, relating, collaborating, and acting dimensions, both in their short descriptions, we call taglines, and the longer descriptions. And we did work on trying to preserve the skill names when there was not overwhelming information to change it. But we elaborated a lot when it came to the descriptions of each of the different 25 skills. So change in name, change in richness in descriptions of the dimensions, some changes in skill when necessary. We'd set ourselves a limit because we could end up in 150,000 skills if we wanted to, knowing that. But we wanted to be making it real, so we got 5 by 5. 5 dimensions, 5 skill per dimension. Mm-hmm. And just to show you the guide with the inner growth throughout the change sort of tagline. This is it. You can remember it. You saw it in the 5. Thank you. Just a quick run through. We did develop the taglines and the dimensions. We kept many skills in the being one, but we elaborated the way we brought the different teams' competences into the expressions of the different texts. We did do in thinking, we also kept the tagline, expanded the dimensional description, changed some things, and also what you would notice is that sometimes we focus on the skill names only, but actually this is richer than that. We brought some stuff that was previously skill to describing the dimension. And we also went down to specify some stuff, putting it under skill name, to really use the richness of the whole thing. Dimensions and skills and skill descriptors are actually the whole guide. Here, forgive me then, it was very pertinent here. Put it on the wrong, it's forgiveness, which we have been hearing from you all around the world, that has to be part of it. And it was also mapped in the data. So it's there in the category of relating. In collaborating, we wanted to be expanding on what we then had called trust, but it's a richer bouquet, if you want, a quilt of different relationship building skills. And lastly, quite a bit of work on the acting dimensions, nailing down proactivity, conscious use of resources, making sure that perseverance is actually in many cultures better articulated as resilience, but similar concepts. So this is the different weave. We're trying to take the beauty of the previous framework and then through the beautiful collaboration, developed it into the new guide.
Thank you so much. And I think one of the core challenges for all of us might be that it actually is not the IDG framework anymore, it is the IDG guide. So let's see how often we still fall back into that wording of the old title. I mean, there is so much that has gone into this. And Elif, you said before that it's been quite a complex process. And you are a methodologist, so maybe you can just share a bit how you actually went through that process, how you managed to deal with that entire complexity.
When it comes to complexity, really it was a big challenge and really, really complex, yes. But maybe also the team polarities, maybe I can talk through why you see this visual. In fact, when we see words, we feel we are close to making sense of and meaning. And when we see numbers, maybe especially maybe inner-oriented people maybe a bit feel cold, and that needs, in fact, the analysis is, in fact, it's together. They are supporting each other, and so. And what is interesting, I said we started with over 900,000 words, and we ended up with 405 words. So imagine how difficult it is to get there, and this is why you see bees, because we were the 19 teams. We were like bees. I always, I couldn't find a bee costume. I had only the colors. I have like this one. And because I really felt that together we were in our own field. They were, you see in English, but in fact we had data in Turkish, in Japanese, in many different alphabets. And they all work in their context, and even they kept the original language. And at the end, we came up the honey. I call this framework honey. It is, and also I really wanted to this word cloud way of seeing it, because when we see the framework, each word, it's not only coming down to this side of the words, but it's also then how they took their place under dimensions in, then it's a special architecture. And Thomas Jordan, he's with us also, so thanks to, we were also a lot, sorry for my, so that architecture is also, I think, very, very important thing that we forget when we see only the frame in that flow, in that like a tabulate or linear form, maybe we forget, but in fact it is a special architecture.
And maybe we should take a moment, as this is a celebration and a launch, to acknowledge and appreciate all those bees that have actually contributed to this. Yeah. I know maybe some of the researchers and contributors are also here with us today. Feel free to also just stand up so we can see them. I know we have Thomas Jordan, we have Christina Rügg and Jakob Trollberg, who've tremendously contributed to this. Thank you all. And I know we also have people from all over the world who've also contributed to this, who are now hopefully watching us online. So thank you so much for all the effort of this united change of the IDG framework. And as a kind of symbolic, maybe, step of handing over that essence of that honey, I might want to invite actually the chair of the IDG Supervisory Secretary General of the IDG Foundation, Caroline Stjernstedt Sahlborn. Please give it up for her as well.
So, as a token of our love to what we're doing together and the honor we have to be working with you under this, here's for you. And I hope you will carry it forward for every one of us.
Thank you so much for handing this over in your trustworthy hands. I'm sure you will do something very meaningful with this. Elif, I recently read on one of your LinkedIn posts that you said to understand means to interstand, to stand in between and to connect. And I want to thank you for actually helping through your work for us to actually understand inner development better and to turn it into this very tangible tool that so many of us, I'm sure, will continue to use, and the IDG Foundation definitely will continue to use. Thank you so much, Frederick, Elif. Thank you so much, Caroline.
Thank you.
As you know, the IDG Summit is not only inspiration, it is also experience. And in a few minutes, we will start our first rest in Rome, which is basically our break. And if you decide to rest, then have your lunch and just take a break and just enjoy the silence in maybe the being dimension. If you decide to roam, we have again those 5 IDG dimension spaces: being, thinking, relating, collaborating, and acting, where a lot of immersive experiences are waiting for you. And the ones who actually put this together, those experiences, as much as all the art that we can experience here on stage and tomorrow on the tracks, is a very precious partner of ours. They add so much value to the content of the summit by actually merging it with artistic experiences, which allow us to really understand and perceive the content in a completely new way and have much deeper experiences. They are called ITEC, the International Teaching Artists Collaborative, and I have someone who can tell you a bit more about their work, and I'm so happy to introduce their managing director, who we are also very blessed to call our artistic director, also the 2nd year in a row. Quite frankly, I don't know how any of this would have been possible without her endless creativity and our very shared passion for a well-structured Excel sheet. Please welcome on stage Madeleine McGurk.
Thank you, and it's true, I love an Excel sheet. I am the director of ITAC, as Kat said, and I am so delighted to be here on behalf of our network of thousands and thousands of teaching artists all over the world who use their practice to create social change, and in that capacity to serve as artistic director of the summit here. Our time together is really short right now, but I wondered if you would join me in a bit of an activity. It's like 25 seconds. It doesn't ask very much of you. Are you up for it? Great. Okay. Up for it?
Go for it.
Great. So we're going to hear a beat. We're going to hear a beat, and all you have to do is contribute to that beat. You have to keep it going in a way that is unique to you. So pick a way. It can be this. It can be this. The only rule is, if you see someone else doing what you're doing, you have to switch. Yes. Okay, so we have a beat coming. I'm getting a 1 moment finger. The beat is coming.
Otherwise, shall we do the beat?
Shall we just invent our own beat? Okay, let's do it. So you're going to guide this, right? You're going to follow, we're going to guide, we're going to co-create this together, correct? Let's do it. Okay, think of your way. How are you going to do it? And 3, 2, 1. Nice. Okay, find a new way. Find a new way and check no one else is doing it. And we're going to get faster. Okay? And we're going to find a new way. Check no one else is doing it. Okay, and we're going to find a new way and we're going to get faster. Yes. And faster again. And a new way. And done. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause.
You know, I saw some people who are just like, as long as I'm not looking at anyone else,
Right.
I can just do my thing.
Some of you were like, oh God, no. And some of you were like, yes, let's do this. Thank you to all of you for contributing, whichever perspective you took on that. Here's what we just did. We shared an objective and a mission. We co-created, and we kept the beat going together. We practiced complexity awareness, because you couldn't do what someone else was doing. You had to be conscious of the relationship between what each of you were doing. And you had to hold the complexity of the beat going faster and you having to change and also improvise. So in like 25 seconds, we invited you into playful activity But what really happened was the exercise of some other skills. So that happened in 25 seconds. What I hope you leave here understanding and really, really diving into is what can happen when you engage in the artistic process. So not the creation of an end result, but the artistic process is like a gymnasium for the skills that you need to build to create movements, to sustain long-term change, and to practice advocacy. If we want to advocate, we have to imagine the world as if it could be otherwise, as Maxine Greene said. We have to create systems and communities. We have to design how we want those to run. And then when it all goes wrong, we have to improv. So we need creativity, we need design, we need imagination, we need improv. Those are the arts. And the people who know how to design artistic experiences that pull out those competencies specifically are teaching artists. It's a whole sector. There are thousands and thousands of us in every country in the world, and lots of the absolute best are here at the summit with us. They're going to be running workshops now. They're going to be running workshops later today. They've co-designed the tracks that you're going to experience. Some of them are performing on the main stage. There are exhibitions and installations all through the space. Art is not decorative. It is not a nice palette cleanser. It is the way we hone and build skills that we need to build better futures. Thank you. So, guys. So, in the dimension spaces now, we're going to break off. We're running late, so they're going to start in about 5 or 10 minutes rather than the start times listed here. But you can go into any one of these 5 spaces and you can learn about how does movement help us reconnect and bridge the polarity between mind and body? How does creative writing build trust and community? How does drama bridge cultural and conflict divides? And how do we collaborate artistically? We have artists leading all of these sessions. And when they invite you to play, when they invite you into things that seem fun and playful, recognize what's happening on a deeper level and accept fully and boldly, because I promise you it's worth it. They are phenomenal, and they are here for you purely to give this and share this space. So please do jump in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also encourage you to really use the dimension spaces. In case you are a bit hungry, though, we do also serve lunch. You will find it basically all over the place, starting from the stairs, but you can also proceed. There will be more places where you can find lunch. And maybe another nice thing, if you find the time to do that, we have set up love letters for all of our speakers. So if you feel like you actually want to say something back to the speakers, feel free to also leave them a note. I feel like if patience isn't on the current IDG guide, it should maybe be put on as the 26th, as I thank you for yours as we spend a bit more time on the stage now. You now have almost 2 hours. We see each other back 1:45. Enjoy your break in the dimension spaces. Thank you.
Wow. Hi, everyone. Hi. I'm Amélie. I'm a dancer with the Paris National Opera. And it's amazing to be here and to talk about polarities because there are a lot of polarities in the world. But I'm interested in what polarities we hold inside us. And one we created is a polarity between mind and body. We tend to see mind and bodies as two different things. And especially as Westerners, we overinvest our mind, our thoughts, our intellect. We're intellectual beings, you know. And we lost the ability to feel properly. No knowledge worth nothing if it's not embodied knowledge. You can talk about compassion, you can talk about kindness, but you have to feel it first within yourself. There is no way to be able to hold space for anyone if you don't hold space for yourself first. And there is no way to, hey. How can you meet someone else's anger or sadness or grief if you're not able to meet yours? But in our societies, we lost those spaces, those moments that used to exist, still exist in some societies, where we can express and not suppress or depress. Art is an amazing way for that. Artistic practice exists since prehistoric times. Humans used to make music and dance and paint since forever. They used to do it for spiritual purpose, healing purpose, communities purpose. And it's been proven so many times how art is essential to human societies. And I want to take this one angle right now and talk about emotion. Emotion comes from the Latin word emovere, which means to move out. Emotion. And we became very sedentary. First of all, our lifestyle became very sedentary. We tend to, be a lot of screens and computer. But we are taught. We are taught to behave. Stay calm. Men don't cry. Women don't get angry, and so on. So whenever we feel an emotion coming, giving us an information about where we are at, or about something, we suppress it. And this is how the disconnection starts, the disconnection with ourselves. So every emotion is an impulse for the movement. And this is where dance comes in, and it's very good to express and explore our own emotions in a safe way. So I'm going to stop there. I'd rather be dancing than talking. But I just wanted to, first of all, if the people in my workshop were here, were you here? Oh my God, thank you. Human dancing is the most beautiful thing ever. And I just want to invite you, while I'm going to share a dance with you, a piece of Swan Lake, to maybe reflect on what is the last time you let yourself be moved. What is the last time you let your body move the way it wants to move? And what is the last time you let yourself be part of nature? When is the last time you felt that you are nature? There is no disconnection between us and nature. We are nature, and our bodies, if we tune into them, they tell us so much wisdom and stories, and they remind us we are nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Amélie Joannides for letting herself be moved and for moving us. How can we meet someone's anger and grief if you can't meet your own? There couldn't be a better segue into our next session. And I would be interested, when was the last time that you said, "I'm sorry," that you truly apologized to someone? Was that within the last days, the last week, the last month? For anyone, maybe even the last year? And maybe that question also just reminded you that you would like to apologize to someone. And if that is the case, let yourselves be inspired by what's to come. Next on stage, we have two men who used to be enemies. They grew up being taught to hate each other. Their home is Kaduna in the northern area of Nigeria, a place that was heavily scarred by division, also left by colonization. In the early 1990s, Kaduna was an epicenter of religious and ethnic violence between Muslims and Christians. Both of those men led opposing youth militia, so they were actually fighting each other, convinced that they would defend their communities. In brutal battles, one of them lost his hand, and the other one his spiritual teacher and two close relatives. Both experienced tremendous pain, but one personal encounter changed both their lives. From fierceful enemies, they turned into allies. And in 1995, they founded the Interfaith Mediation Center in Kaduna together. So for the past 30 years, they've been training imams, pastors, and youth equally in conflict resolution, forgiveness, and peace building, and they're advising the UN or the World Bank. They were just recently awarded with the Commonwealth Peace Prize. But beyond all that outer work that they do, you will notice when you see them step on stage that one thing that really makes them special is that they are true friends with a huge amount of respect for each other who always enjoy sharing a laugh. Please welcome on stage Imam Muhammad Ashafar and Pastor James Mobile Wuye. Reverend Wuye, Imam Ashafar, it's my great pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you very much. Peace be with you.
I know you're both very spiritual men, and we had a few conversations before this where you said when you step on a stage, and I know that you have stepped on many stages, you also kind of sense of what's present in the audience. And just backstage, I saw you move a man to tears just by your presence. And I actually overheard the emotional support team that said that both of you are also here giving emotional support. So I wonder, how does it feel for you to be here in this community?
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here from all over the world, listening. That's energy that comes from all over the world. I feel the vibration coming from you all is impacting on me very positively. So I feel great to be here and humbled.
For me, as I say, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Meaning, may peace and blessing of the Lord be with you. Today for me is just like returning home. Here I see my brothers and sisters from different faith, different culture, different traditions, sharing the peace from their heart. I think for me, it's a great honor to be here and to share and to learn from your experiences across the world.
And it is our pleasure to learn from both of you. I know that you have told your story many times. What is the part that usually goes unmentioned?
Being who we are, the part that is never mentioned is this. Each time I pass through the mental dictators at the airport, I beep. And I'm taken aside for secondary checkup. That experience alone tried to take me back to the early years that I lost my hand. So I never share that. But here, it shows that the human in me comes out. But out of humility and accepting what has happened as a sacrifice for the future, I go through that. And some, they say, please, can you pull out the hand at the airport? I do, because the goal of coming to impact and to share is more than my pride.
I think for me, it's always every time I come to this port. You know, you can't judge a book by the cover. That's why a lot of people made the mistakes. Whenever they see me, I pass through the system. The system doesn't raise any alarm, doesn't raise any alert. But when I cross the other side, I was waiting for my colleagues because his hand has written alarm. And then they look at me and look at him. They say 100%. At times they call me back and say 100%. Meaning check me again 100%. Just because of the way I look or the way I dress. And when you check through the system, you find that this man has a multiple visa to Europe, to America, to different parts of the world. Even most difficult nations, in terms of visa access, I have a multiple visa of those countries. Then they say, Then you end up saying, looking at the document and saying to say, hey, sorry, what visa is this? I remember one immigration asked me, what visa, what country is this visa? I said, you need to go back to school. So one thing I would never forget in my journey in the last 30 years was that stereotypes. In Croatia, immediately in the year 2000, after the unfortunate event in Eastern Europe, the Bosniak event, we went to Croatia. We are invited by the mayor of Cavtat, the mayor of the city, to come as a model of peacemaking and reconciliation. So when we came in here, we come to the checking point, and the next thing that happened is that the immigration officer refused to stamp our visa, collect our passport, drop it on the table, say, go and sit down there. And we sit down waiting. Everybody ends, not knowing at the other end of the security point, the mayor of the city and some community leaders were all waiting to receive their guests. So the guy refused to respond to us. After some time, I said, Pastor, can I talk to him? He said, no, just keep quiet and watch. We waited and waited. Until after the officers come, the mayor have to say, I have a guest on the plane. He said, no, you don't have a guest. I have a guest on the plane. And they've arrived. And finally, the officer come in and look at the officer. What happened? He said, the immigration guy just feel we are not expected to be here. Coming on this executive visit to this country. Who are we? Where are we coming from? And then the mayor was crazy. And at the end, they forced him to apologize. And I had to stand and apologize to this bushman from Africa who come to give hope to his country that it is possible. We can be different, but we can also be one. Thank you.
Well, I'm very glad that both of you came here and went through the airport experiences to come here. I do wonder if you mind going back in time, though, to your very first encounter, which I know was by chance. You didn't plan to become friends. You were both invited to the same governmental meeting, and there basically someone else took both your hands and put them together for you to meet. How does that feel today when you think back of that very first encounter with each other?
When you say back then and now, it's quite, I wish we have met that gentleman earlier than we met him. The thousands of lives that died as a result of our incapacity to manage our crisis wouldn't have died. I wouldn't have lost my hand. Imam wouldn't have lost his spiritual teacher and two of his cousins. Now, we are on a journey like a husband and a wife. Our marriage is inseparable until death do us part. I fear that something could happen to Imam and I will lose him. That's the only fear I have now. My partner in crime and now partner in peace. That's the fear I have every now and then. So when he has fever or he has certain challenges, I started praying earnestly. Lord, keep Imam alive. We have new grounds. We have people that we need to infect with a virus. And that virus is virus of inching towards your enemy with an open hand. He will reciprocate. So the world now needs a replication of probably our humble way of doing things, Imam.
And I feel one of the most important challenges, if I look back, I regretted taking over the enemy of others. Because what is always happening across is we take over the responsibility of the short call or the enmity of the others into our own. We make their enemies our enemies, but we don't make their friends our friends. Our families have transferred from generation to generation, telling us from the days of the old, when the British then Empire, colonized my people and our nations, those of our ancestors who become second class because they don't belong to the system that the colonial authority came with, they transfer those pain, those unhealed memory into us as grandchildren and grandchildren. And they tell us they are the enemy. Anything to do with this guy and the white man and his religion and his culture, you don't have to be part of that, they are your enemy. So that enmity translated into us is what gives us the courage to say we have to fight in protection of our people. By doing that, turning the local Christian minority communities into our enemies. And we continue finding guerrilla way of fighting one another. But when I realized, and most often, at times, they find justification within our religion to justify this enmity and hatred. They find justification within our culture and ethnicity to justify this atrocity. Based on these two elements, we fought. We thought we were doing right thing until I have my turning point. When I have my turning point, when that journalist hold our hands together and say, talk, you can make peace. Well, I was looking for James to revenge, full of vengeance and hatred. I went to the mosque. And the Imam, the spiritual leader, at that day, 30 years ago, was talking about the power of forgiveness for turning your best of enemy into the best of friend. It is in the mosque. How can my enemy be my friend? He said, no, that is the only way. If you are a true Muslim, true to the tradition of a friend, you cannot live with hate in your heart. You have to break the circle by turning the worst of enemy into the best of friends. I look into that. I keep quiet. I reflected. And he was giving evidence. And I went into research immediately. Reading through the pages of the Quran and other scriptures. And I could see how indeed my role model have turned the worst of enemy into the best of friends. Then the next thing is go and look for James, who is the worst of my enemy then. Then he was the worst of enemy I have. Punched closer and turned him into the best of friends.
I now
And
put
today-
his BS comfortable.
Yeah, one can definitely tell you're close.
So the
I
lesson
also-
learned is never allow someone to make his enemy your enemy.
Mm.
I realize I don't have an enemy,
Mm.
but a friend or a brother and sister yet to meet.
And you have obviously met yourselves there. And I wonder if you could take us a bit on that journey of your personal experience of forgiveness. Was there ever a moment when you actually spoke out an apology to each other, or how was the process for both of you?
Forgiveness. You don't need the key. In people thought that when you forgive, you are giving in. You are compromising. You are selling out. You are a coward by just forgiving somebody who has hurt you. Another feel that forgiveness comes with a condition. You have to give a condition for you to be forgiven, meaning he needs to apologize. You need an apology. Secondly, you need a redemption. To redeem those things that you lost, you need to pay for it. That is the lower level of forgiveness. The higher level of forgiveness is unconditional forgiveness. Because when you forgive the other person, you are not helping him, you are helping yourself. Unforgiveness is taking poison and expect someone else to die. As long as he hurt me, as long as I see him, I remember the pain, the injury he has caused on me. And it spoiled my day. It may be the day of my birthday or special event I want to do. Then I saw this guy who was very arrogant and unrepentant for the hurt he has caused unto me. As long as I didn't let it go, as long as I didn't give unconditional forgiveness, I will still live in that pains. That's why the best of us are those, my brother said he has a check. You write a check of forgiveness. Every day you are leaving your home, write 10 open check. That 10 people, if they hurt me today, I'm ready to forgive them unconditionally. From that day, you become more healthier. You have more life of abundance because you have life of opportunity, not life of threat.
Anger, not transformed, is transferred. We live in bottle ups that we have been processing over the years, but we have transferred to our children, our nation, our race. Do not allow the root of bitterness grow in you, affecting others, making them come short of the glory of the Creator which is found in every one of us. It took me quite a long time before I could process my forgiveness. I see myself as bearing the mark of our intolerance. And there was a day we were compelled to share a room because we went to a village 3 years after our, at that time, incompatible marriage. We had to share a room. And in the middle of the night, my colleague uses his energy a lot in the daytime. At night, he actually sleeps like a log of wood. So, I was tempted to use a pillow and suffocate him while he was sleeping deeply. But there was this force that kept ringing. The inner man, the inner person was saying, "Thou shalt not kill." And I'm glad I did heed to the voice that said, "Thou shalt not kill." Otherwise, there wouldn't have been Imam here, and I wouldn't have been here. So, forgiveness is a continuum. Those negative voices can come from time to time, but you have to remain resolute that those strange voices are not the voices that comes from the inner mind. They are polluted voices coming to give you negative energy. I have learned to process that, and I'm glad it's a continuation. Keep forgiving until your enemy becomes your best friend.
And when you talk about processing those emotions, you've gone through tremendous pain, both of you, hate, vengeance. How do you process these type of emotions? Have you found ways to also express them that weren't harming each other?
Well, I think there are two ways. One, you can't give what you don't have. For you to be the best of yourself, to go beyond hate, beyond vengeance and unforgiveness, you have to, one of my great Islamic scholars, Arumi, a Sufi, he says, between what is right and what is wrong, there is an open garden. Between what is right here and what is wrong there is an open garden. Let's meet there and share our journey of life together. So it's not about who is right and who is wrong, but it's about ability to carry the others along with you. Giving an excuse that as a human being, he is infallible. He may fall. I should help him to stand up again, even though he hurt me. Like this small story of the snakes and this man who was walking along the pathway. And he saw these snakes falling into the pit. And in that pit was what? Was fire. Fire was burning. He rushed to look for a stick and come closer to the hole, put it inside so that the snake can hold into it and come out of the pit. As he put the snake was coming up the heat of the fire. The snake moved up, hands up, sword. A little to get up, the snake bite the man in his hand. The man dropped the swing, and the snake go back. But as the snake go back, he still go and look for another stick. Still put it into the pit hole to remove the snake. And the snake hold on to it again, and he removed the snake and let it go. Another man standing by, look into him and say, hey, why do you do this? Don't you know it's a snake? It has even bite you, and you still go back to do what? To help the snake save his life? Why do you do that? He says, the snake gave what she has, and I gave what I have. The snake have poison to share, but I have antidote, compassion to share. It is my compassionate position that saved the life of the snakes, not the ability for what. So always often give the best of what you have and try to be a positive energy. When you become a positive energy, you rather save the world than be part of it.
Well, this life is about accepting the differences, not tolerating the differences. In tolerance, there is power relations. If you get into my orbit, I will not accept you. Who accepts who? The heart is eager to connect. The flesh is pulling us back. 70 times 7 checkbooks. Always forgive and follow peace with all people. And then you can have more friends. I challenge this house that when we go home, assignment please, as a teacher, look for someone that has hurt you. Go to the person and say, what happened? I am sorry. Please forgive me. Immediately, what you give is what you receive.
And in those 30 years of working together on peace building, what would you say is the main thing that you have taught each other?
And one thing I've learned from him is that he is an introvert person. I'm an extrovert. So I want a decision, let's move. Say, I'm coming. It takes a lot of energy before he say yes or say no. But I am just the guy who say, hey, yeah, we're going to do this. I may regret my action, but I'm going to do it. But for him, that is one thing I've learned from him. That is ability for me not to put people on my own level of speed to do things, to get things done. I must be able to accept others, that their own way of doing things will never be the same with me. So therefore, learn to be part of them so that the journey of life together, we can make the world a better place. And I sincerely believe only together can the world be a better place. We can only be the rainbow we saw in the sky if you acknowledge diversity as diversity and as a source of strength. Polarism is not sources of threat, but sources of strength.
I've learned that he looks horrible on the face.
What do you say?
But inside him is a heart of gold. He is a really patient person. He accepts my slow pace. And together, we walk together hand in hand, helping me when I cannot help myself. Is the greatest gift. I usually will not accept his help. I see him as doing penance for the sin of his brothers and sisters. But today, every word, everything he does, I accept. And I really am grateful to you, Imam. Thank you.
I'm grateful to you, my brother.
Yeah. Together, we shall make it. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I learned one sentence from you in your local language, Hausa.
Yes.
Ina neman gafaranka. Is that
correct? I'm seeking your forgiveness.
I'm seeking your forgiveness, and I seek your forgiveness that we have to end it here because we could learn so much more from you. Thank you so much for bringing your life experience, your wisdom, and also your marriage counsel that I'm sure we can benefit from.
Remember, not the European marriage, not the African one. It is the journey of life, inseparable. Because we realize that without forgiveness, there is no future for humanity.
Thank you so much, Imam. Thank you so much, Pastor. Please give it up for them.
Yeah. I say tak to all of you. Kitos to those from Helsinki. In the Nordics, it's either tak or kitos.
And I say nagode. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. You can...
Right.
How beautiful to learn from those hearts of gold. In our next session, we want to turn the attention also outwards to everything that is happening in the community. And I'm curious just to see, quick show of hands again, who are the people who belong to a hub or to a network? Yes, many of you. Well, I am just so impressed by what has grown there over the years. At this point, we have 850 hubs and networks worldwide, and there is still growing and growing. There's still more coming. And every time I hear about a new project, a new program, a new book, a new game, all the things that are being developed in the hubs, I'm truly amazed. At the summit, we also want to give space to all the things that are happening out there in the community, which is why we set up a call for stories from the hubs and communities. And today, you are going to hear 3 of them. The presenters is a duo that couldn't be more fitting, I would say. On the one hand, you've got a woman who's been with our community for quite a while, and just this spring we had the pleasure to learn from her in one of the IDG online learning deep dives. And if you think you need someone who can give you a bit of understanding, I would say she's the person to go to, as she calls herself an empathy evangelist. She's the author of Purposeful Empathy, and an award-winning educator and coach. And one of her latest projects is that she actually did interviews with 100 hubs, and her findings are going to be what we hear about today as well. And at her side, you will see a man whose colorful attire and shiny smile is probably familiar to a lot of you. He's officially the Director of Global Collaboration of the IDGs, but more informally, I would call him something like the father of the hubs and network, as he's done an incredible job at actually coordinating the network, or as he puts it, being at service to something that wants to grow that is unstoppable. Please welcome on stage Anita Novak and Pontus Holmgren.
Thank you, Kat, the father of the community. I'm not sure I resonate with that. I would rather say that I am together with Rafaela Rolim. Where are you, Rafaela? There. In service of this global community of hubs, of networks, ambassadors and centers. So you just did a hands up for hubs and networks. Can I just see them again, hubs and networks? Amazing, yeah. So if you take down your hands, we also have now, since 1 year, educated, trained 200 ambassadors. Do we have any ambassadors in the audience? Yeah, nice. And by the way, we are just launching the new dates for both the in-person and online ambassador training. So you can find it on the webpage. And what about country centers? Do we have any representatives from country centers here? Yes, we have a few there. Yeah, so together with Åsa Jarskog, we are also trying to support the emergence of country centers that can also work towards, penetrating the institutions of our countries that need also to be better at inner development. So, yeah, do we have the slides here? Yeah.
There you go.
So this is actually an updated slide of the hubs and networks, but to me it is actually more about creating connection, because that is how we get collectively wise and can get into collective action also. It is about nurturing this mycelium between us by learning, by doing. And this is where the stories of the field come in. So, like Kat said, we launched this campaign in the middle of the summer with quite short notice. We got more than 40 applications, and it was really, really hard to decide, because all of them are worthy to come up here on main stage. But we did select 3. It was a difficult choice. With the help of Erika Harpe, Nadine Cannings, and Ritu Rana, we debated and debated, and finally we landed in the 3 that you will soon hear. But in order to present them, I'm really happy to be here with you, Anita. You are, an amazing source of inspiration in our community. You're also a hub coordinator, as well as a professor at McGill's. And you've been deep diving into our community. How did you end up here?
Well, thank you, Pontus. I attended the first IDG Summit 3 years ago, and maybe some of you in the audience will relate. I remember feeling like every presentation on the stage and every conversation in the hallway felt like coming home. And I just felt inspired that I wanted to contribute to this movement. And so I have a podcast, and I spent the first half of the year in interviews with 23 global experts of each of the skills. And of course, as of today, I know I have to do at least 2 more, and maybe a whole 2.0 series again. And as Kat mentioned, I also, with my team, spent a year interviewing leaders from the Global Hub community. And I know some of you are in the room, including I spotted somebody that I met over Zoom a few months ago now in the front row. And I will be talking more about the research, why people feel compelled to join this movement on Friday at 1:30. I have been studying the power of empathy for more than 15 years. to transform our relationships and our organizations and change the world. And I've come to two conclusions. The world needs more empathy, and empathy is our superpower. So before we hear 3 inspiring stories from the field, how about we flex our empathy muscles together through a very simple exercise, 2 minutes of eye gazing. So the way it's going to work is a 4-step process. The first step is you're going to turn to someone next to you, and that will be your partner. Then you will stand up, and for 30 seconds, you will look into each other's eyes. Then we'll take a little break to shake off the energy, and then we'll go into 90 seconds. And actually, the 90 seconds will feel faster and easier. You just have to trust me on that. All right, are you ready? Step 1, find your partner. All right. Snap if you can hear me. 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 Takes kindergartners 4 times. Okay. All right, so there are only 2 rules. The first rule is there's no talking. Now, what may happen is we may have some giggles. You might giggle, your partner might giggle, the partner's next to you. There might be a giggle roller coaster. Let's decide not to judge that and just understand that that's our body reacting to something that takes quite a bit of vulnerability. All right? The second rule is it's not a staring competition. So please feel free to blink. And what it looks like is I see you, you see me. That's it. All right? So on the count from 3 down to 2 to 1 to go. You did it. Oh.
Shaky, shaky.
Incredibly, the hard part is now behind us. The hard part is now behind us. All right, great. So now it's 90 seconds, all right? So on a count of 3, 2, 1, go. The first invitation is to take a nice, long, deep breath in. And then when you exhale, I want you to feel it go down your spine and through your legs and into the earth. Now I want you to notice your body language, and maybe you feel ready to uncross your hands, uncross your feet, take your hands from your pockets. Simply stand straight with your arms at your side and breathe. Now I'd like to invite you to give yourself permission to be seen. Let your partner really see you. And breathe. Next, I invite you to really see your partner. Notice the kindness in their eyes. And without saying a word, let them know that you wish them well. Finally, a nice, long, sweet, relaxing, deep breath in and out. And you did it. Hugging, I love it.
Okay.
Look at the hugs. I love it.
Okay.
All right, we have beautiful stories. Snap if you can hear me. The hugging can continue in the hallways. You just did something with a ton of courage. In fact, many of the skills of the Inner Development Guide happened in those 2 minutes, which is a perfect setup for what's up next. Pontus, back to you.
Yes. So it is time for us to introduce our first storyteller. So I am really pleased to introduce to you Dr. Jia Wang from Taiwan. She's exploring the intersection between inner development, IDGs, and the SDGs. She's tirelessly working with addressing the ecological crisis and co-creating a more sustainable future for humanity. Please welcome Jia.
Jia.
Thanks, Pontus. Hello. Hi, IDG friends. I'm Jia, and I am a chemist. I study aerosols. And the more I learn about aerosols, the more I realize something. We are all deeply connected through the air we breathe. Let's begin by take a few deep breaths and just pay attention to the flow of air while we breathe. Let's begin. Inhale. Imagine that the air is passing through your trachea, bronchioles, alveolus. The oxygen molecules are permeating through your alveolus to enter your bloodstream. These molecules are picked up by hemoglobin and carried to various organs in your body. They nourish your tissue cells, keeping you alive and vital. Exhale. Imagine the carbon dioxide is released into the surrounding. It's taken back by our Mother Earth. Now inhale again. Imagine that everyone in this room, everyone online, and everyone on this planet are taking the same action. Exhale again. And know that our Mother Earth is taking all the air exhaled from all beings back to her arms, the atmosphere. Thousands of years ago, humans and all beings breathed the same molecules of oxygen to stay alive. Thousands of years later, we still require this tiny molecule to keep us alive. However, what if there is something more than pure air in the atmosphere? What if the air is contaminated? Contaminated by air pollutants produced from various human activities. According to WHO, more than 99% of world population is breathing contaminated air. Air pollution is causing 7 million premature deaths every year. And what if the air we breathe contains pathogens? Nearly 7 million of lives were lost during COVID. Airborne transmission has been confirmed as the primary transmission pathway spreading COVID. The same goes for many other respiratory infectious diseases. Throughout my research, I have seen the close connection between aerosols, the atmosphere, the water sphere, the lithosphere, and biosphere from the molecular level. And from this understanding, it totally changed my view, my perspective to the world. I started seeing the world that everything is connected. I began to wonder, it is not only the air, but the whole planet that I wish I could protect. So I started promoting the sustainability of the planet and also the SDGs. And as you can see, air quality is closely related with all 17 SDGs. So as my promotion of SDG, I encountered some problems. I talked to the people, and some of the people, they listened, but they weren't acting. People are so busy dealing with their own issues, fulfilling their own demands, without realizing that we are all part of the whole. That was truly a wake-up call for me. I started realizing that it is actually the invisible, the inner part of us, our inner value that's governing our thoughts, our actions, our decisions. And then I encountered IDGs. I was so excited. This was the missing link the humanity need to really reestablish a truly sustainable planet. And then I began integrating my IDG into my work almost immediately. This is a graph showing how IDG may boost the paradigm shift in SDGs. And as you can see, it's only when we obtain sufficient complexity awareness and understand the close connection among people will we start to change our mindset and behavior to adapt the paradigm shift for aerosol precautionary measures. And once this inner shift is accomplished, many SDGs, such as good health and well-being and many others, will automatically be fulfilled. In the past 3 years, we have developed many SDG and IDG workshops and international forums, as it takes the collective efforts to reestablish a truly sustainable planet. However, this can be challenging sometimes if people don't feel the inner calling from their heart. So we have made specific efforts to break the boundaries and to bridge polarities. I've tried to bring people from different societal groups together, including the government, the industry and the corporates, the K-12 schools, the NGOs, and the general public. We bring people together, even though they don't always agree with each other. We bring people together to communicate, to share, and to co-create. I also try to bring science and spirituality together through breathing. Breathing is such a divine act. It not only connects us and keeps us alive, but also deeply connects our emotions and our souls. The importance of breathing has been emphasized by our ancestors and many spiritual teachings throughout times. And we have also tried to bridge different cultures and faiths together. It is surprising that so many Eastern and Western culture, or even the indigenous wisdom, has regarded Earth as a sentient being with intelligence. And in modern science, such as Gaia's hypothesis, is now grasping the idea that Earth has its own capacity to self-regulate, to evolve, just like an intelligent entity. And the biggest polarity that we try to bridge is human and nature. People have thought that we are different from nature, but I have tried to help people see beyond our 5 senses, to acknowledge that we are also part of nature. Earlier this month, we just organized an event featuring the quantum world in One Health. It's profound to know that we are not only connected with the surrounding by breathing, we are also connected with our surrounding through our 5 senses from the quantum mechanical levels. We, in the quantum world, we are bundles of energies constantly communicating and interacting with our Mother Nature. And this is how we see the light. We hear the sound. We feel the touch. Until then, we will realize that we are never separated from our Mother Earth and with each other. And the house of our house is actually safeguarded by the health of our Mother Nature. However, the planetary house is now at humans' hand, governed by our collective consciousness. So the ecological awakening is by nature a journey of spiritual awakening at the individual, collective, and planetary level. Let's wake up together to co-create a new version of Earth, a truly sustainable planet for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chia, for such an inspiring story. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Pass it along. It is now my pleasure to welcome Dr. Max Clow to shine a light on how inner development can revitalize American democracy. More than 2,500 servant leaders have graduated from his programs, and he believes that anyone seeking power must be able to balance the polarity between light and shadow within themselves. To the center stage, please help me welcome Max.
Today, we see darkness everywhere. Our environment is in crisis. We're witnessing devastating wars in Ukraine and Israel-Palestine. And our democracy is under assault, and authoritarianism is on the rise in the US and around the world. Everywhere we look, it seems we're confronted by the darkest shadows of our own human nature. Our greed, our hatred, our ignorance, our fear, our own arrogance, our belief that some of us are morally superior and justified in trying to control and dominate others. In my own country, the United States, the situation is particularly alarming and particularly heartbreaking. For centuries, we have aspired to be a beacon of freedom and democracy in the world. And today we can find masked thugs arresting US citizens in the street without due process. It is a desecration of our most sacred civic values. And I have to ask all of you a question. Are you concerned about the state of US democracy? Yeah. It's a scary time. And it's reasonable to ask, how do we work with all of this darkness? How do we confront this darkness that is so powerful and everywhere? Is there work we can do to find our way back to the light? And can we deploy that work in ways that renew and restore our democracy? I believe there is. And I'm here to share a story about an organization that is doing that work. So my entire life's work has been about refining an approach to inner development at scale. And over the course of years of experimentation, I've derived at a model that I call the flame. And as you can see, it's got 4 elements. It's got organizational culture and values, be, know, and do. It is a model that illuminates the relationship between inner development and civic impact, between our being and our doing. Now, I arrived at this model before encountering the IDGs, and when I first saw this guide, I was amazed at the similarities. And it's clear to me that the flame is really a manifestation of the same global movement to bring focus to inner development. And I've just been thrilled by the way the IDGs are creating a narrative that helps more and more people understand why this work is important. Now, most of my career has been focused on guiding servant leaders through a process at the innermost B level of the flame. And this includes many skills that we find in the IDG framework. This is about strengthening our inner compass, building our integrity and our authenticity, and strengthening our self-awareness. But there is an element of this that goes beyond what we often talk about with the IDGs, to speak directly to one of the polarities that I believe is having the greatest impact in the world today. And that's the polarity of light and shadow within the self. Now, at this moment of polycrisis, it is vital that we understand this simple truth. Light and shadow always go together. Imagine you're in a pitch black room and you can't see anything, and then somebody lights a flame. These two things spring into existence at the same moment, the light and the shadow, and they're related. The brighter the light, the darker the shadow. So there's a simple but profound truth here. If we want to strengthen our light, then we must confront our shadow. We must summon the courage to own the parts of ourselves that do not align with our limited understanding of who we would like ourselves to be. And the psychologist Carl Jung says if we haven't done this work, we end up projecting our own darkness outwards onto some other, and we believe them to be pure evil and darkness while we are pure goodness and light. Now, for the last 9 years, we have been bringing this work of confronting darkness into the space of American politics with an organization called the New Politics Academy. NPA is a nonpartisan nonprofit that is dedicated to revitalizing American democracy by recruiting, supporting, and empowering servant leaders who put community and country over self. We work with military vets and with alumni of national service programs like AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, as well as with people who have chosen careers in fields like healthcare and education. We believe that by bringing more of these proven, tested servant leaders into our politics, we can renew and restore our democracy. And we have made the work of inner development and of working with light and shadow central to everything we do. So let me share a story that captures the power of this work. Many years ago, I was facilitating one of our leadership development programs, and one of the participants was a uniquely accomplished servant leader. This was somebody who had graduated from a U.S. military academy, who had spent several years as a member of an elite special forces unit, and at the moment that we encountered him, he was getting his master's at an Ivy League school. And this was somebody who was wondering about possibly running for U.S. Congress one day. And let's be clear, this is somebody who had the biography, the credentials, and the network to be a viable candidate for that office. Now, as part of the work we invite people to do, we first invite everybody to craft a personal leadership mission statement. And this is a statement that articulates our vision for how we're being when we live out our highest values. And this individual put words like personal courage, leading with selfless service, and leading with country over self. But our work never ends there. We then invite all of our participants to craft their personal shadow mission. Now, this invites everybody to take a look at how are we being in those moments when we are not living with integrity to our mission. And for this individual, that meant moments when he chose ease and comfort over courage, or choosing to focus on his own self-preservation over selfless service, or feeding his own personal hungers for power and significance rather than focusing on the good of the country. And when we had a moment to debrief these exercises, this individual was very contemplative. He said, "Nobody has ever asked me to think about this before. And I realized that my shadow mission is every politician I hate." Now, it's important to understand the consciousness shift captured by this statement. This is a shift from I'm purely goodness and light, and my job is to go fight the bad guys, to actually I have shadow within myself, and it's my responsibility to work with that so I do not one day become the kind of leader that I claim to hate. Now, at this point, we've graduated more than 2,500 servant leaders from our program, and I'm proud to say some of them are currently walking the halls of Congress. And all of them understand it is dangerous to live in this illusion that we are pure goodness and light, and that it's actually our civic responsibility to confront our darkness and work with our wholeness. Now, Carl Jung, who wrote a lot about shadow, says, "We do not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." Now, there's no doubt that one reason why so few people have done this is because it's just uncomfortable to take a look at the parts of ourselves that we're not proud of. But surely another reason why so few people have done this is because there are so few organizations that know how to invite people into this work and then guide them skillfully through it and do that at scale. And at this moment when unprocessed, unconfronted shadow is threatening to tear our world apart, that has to change. So I'm here to offer an invitation to each of us as individuals and to us as a global movement. We must summon the courage to confront our own shadow. We must take the journey towards courageous wholeness, because that is the only path towards calling forth the healing and the wholeness that we so desperately desire for ourselves, for our children, and for our grandchildren.
Yeah, thank you, Max, for your courage and your perseverance. I heard the kind of the sound when you said what you were doing, working with American politics. So let's move south, and we're going to Argentine. And I'm really pleased to introduce Violeta Lacroze. When I saw her 2-minute pitch video, I started to cry. She is responding to youth loneliness and the mental health crisis among young people, including escalating suicide. She has developed, together with partners who are also IDG ambassadors, an immersive 3-day journey, Contribuir, an incubator for inner development and human flourishing. Please welcome our youngest speaker that just turned 22, Violeta.
Thank you, thank you. Today, young people under 30 make up half of the world's population. We are the most educated, committed generation in history, driven by a deep desire to make the world a better place. And yet, with all this potential, humanity still struggles to hold us. In Argentina, every 20 hours, a teenager takes his or her own life. In 2023, suicide became the leading cause of death among girls aged 10 to 19. It was the second cause among boys, and for men in their 20s, the rate was 3 times higher. For every life lost, there are in between 10 and 30 attempts. Suicide is only one symptom of a quiet crisis that affects youth everywhere. 1 in 4 say they felt lonely for more than a year. 1 in 7 struggle with a mental disorder, mainly anxiety or depression. But half rarely talk about this at home. Screen time rises to 7 hours and 22 minutes a day. We live in a paradox, hyper-connected yet deeply disconnected, living in a digital world of rules of its own, algorithms, likes, and filters. A world where you can belong and still feel invisible. Now, behind each of these numbers, there's a face, a name, a story, a silent wound of disconnection, one too heavy for one generation to carry on its own. But let's be honest, it's not only about youth, it's not only about us. We all know what disconnection feels like. You, me, and the person next to you. Ankira was born in the middle of the COVID pandemic from a shared wound and a shared dream. Ankira means anchor, and above all, it's about hope. We are a human development incubator led by young people. We incubate immersive community experiences to rehumanize. For us, our wounds are not places of failure, but places to reconnect. For us, our wounds are our most powerful bridges. 3 years ago, the founders came to this very summit and met the IDG. Since then, the 5 dimensions have become the backbone of our work, not as slides, but as practice. For 3 days, we gather 150 students from different contexts in Argentina. They leave behind the noise of grades, screens, and expectations and step into a space of presence. A living container where they are held with love, tenderness, and care so they can just be. Imagine this. On day 1, they arrive unsure, curious, a little nervous. You can feel the mix of excitement and fear in the air. We set the scene and focus on getting inspired. Through movement, conversation, reflection, dance, art, and music. And that's where the magic happens. experiential learning. We dare to dream big, to imagine a new future, and 2 questions begin to rise. Who am I? Who do I want to be? And by day 2, something changes. We focus on getting empowered, and we start small, going inward, listening to our inner voice and to others with empathy. We explore 3 IDG dimensions: being, thinking, and relating. We discover that real leadership begins from within, that the planet is a gift, that we're all interconnected, and maybe for the first time, we begin to realize, I'm not alone. My life is meaningful. And by day 3, the energy is different, alive. It's time to focus on getting humanized. We go deep as a tribe, collaborating, acting, sharing commitments, and celebrating life, realizing that flourishing happens with others. Only 3 days, and something shifts forever. We flourish in every dimension: body, heart, mind, and soul. Information becomes experience, experience becomes connection, and connection becomes transformation. Contribuir holds. It embraces pain, turning wounds into wisdom and isolation into belonging. And it's not only about students, it's about all of us. Because when one person heals, the whole community changes. Here's a couple of testimonies. Benja said, I learned to heal in community, to reconcile with myself, my family, and the world. Carlos shared, in giving, I found part of myself that made me feel alive and more human. Now let me add one more voice, mine. It's my 2nd time at this summit. I lived many Ankira experiences, but now I coordinate Contribuir with Ramon. Over the past years, I've learned a lot, but especially how powerful it is when someone chooses to trust us. So often we're underestimated, treated as we have to deserve our voice. But in Ankira, it's different. We're invited to lead, to build, to think, to co-create. And that trust allowed me to reconnect, to be truly myself. This year, I brought my dad to the summit. I asked him to come because Ankira didn't only change the way I lead, it changed how I live and how I love. We don't agree on everything, and we don't have to, because we've learned to meet, we've learned to really meet, and we're still learning. Maybe you came here with someone you love, maybe you came by yourself, or maybe you're joining through the live stream. But let's take a moment to breathe and place your hand over your heart. Take a moment to come back home and reconnect. Feel that beat. Can you feel it? That's the thread Ankira protects, the one that reminds us of our shared and sacred humanity. Today, young generations don't need to be fixed. We need to be trusted, to be seen, held, and loved. We need your help to incubate more spaces where inner development is not a buzzword, but daily bread. So if our work speaks to you, please reach out. Rehumanization doesn't start out there. It starts right here in each one of us. Come find us. We can't do this alone. And we were never meant to. Thank you.
Voice for a whole generation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Violetta. Yeah, you did it again. You made me cry again. And I just realized maybe it has to do with the fact that my sister took her life at the age of 17. And I just wonder how many of you have people in your families or in your, among friends who actually this happened to? Yeah. So we're all somehow affected. Yeah. How are you, Anita? How's this for you?
Stories from the field are beautiful.
Yeah.
And we're all carrying them.
And these 3 stories are just, scratching the surface. There are thousands of these stories out there. And let's put the spotlight on them and spread it, because it is possible. And for you who are here, you can go down into one of the community lounges and see the other stories on posters and maybe meet some of the people behind them. If you are online, you can go to Housespace and you can go to the subspace in Housespace called Stories from the Field and read more about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yeah.
Thank you so much for all the stories that have been shared about personal dreams that turned into reality, and about the myriad of ways how we can implement the IDGs and inner development to make it come to life. This year at the IDG Summit, it was the first time that we had backstage tickets. Who are the ones who had the backstage tickets? Ah, hello there. First row, obviously. Who gained a few more insights of what's happening in the background of the summit. And in our next session, we want to also give you some background insights of how the IDG movement and the organization has been developing over the past years and what's about to come. The person to do so is one of the people which I would say has the highest energy that I know, as he's relentlessly working on the growth and development of the IDG organization. He's that type of person who will always be able to impress you with the newest research on inner development, just as much as he will always be the first on a dance floor at whatever type of team gathering. He's probably the person that the most of you will have shaken hands with, but he also has a calmer side that proves that he doesn't only speak about inner development, but he's really eager to develop himself as well. Today he's going to share about the challenges and the chances of developing an inner development organization. Please welcome on stage the co-initiator and executive director of the IDGs, Jan Artem Henriksen.
Thank you all. I'm trying to get my act together. Recovering from being at business school, teaching at business school. It's hard to cry. How many men here feel it's hard to cry? I mean, I'm grown up with a culture where Soviet Union, Ukraine, Zaporizhia, it's the place with the biggest nuclear plant. This is where I was born. I have 3 brothers there still. And I've grown up, learned not to focus on the inner because it's just too goddamn hard. Like Al Pacino once said. And I think this is the reason why we quit many times, both as individuals and as organizations. It's not soft skills. It's some of the most difficult stuff that we can do. And difficult states emerge. And then we say, yes, that psychological safety sounded really nice, but now that I'm starting to get feedback, I don't want it. let's stop doing those check-ins. It's just, too many personal and organizational stuff show up that we can't handle. Like the old joke where the chief financial officer tells the chief people officer, I'm really worried if we invest all this money in our people and then they go, what are we going to do? And the chief people officer answers, I'm much more worried if we don't invest in our people and they stay. So it is difficult, but there are keys here, there are insights, and we're working with a global community that is coming together each year twice, all stakeholder gathering. How many have been there? Where we've tried to get input on where we're heading, our vision, mission, purpose. And this is the updated version. We're realizing that inner development is a practice. We're a community of practice. And it's not about talking about inner development, it's about practicing. And there is one word here that I would like to mark in the vision, and it's unlocks. If you think about that metaphor for a moment, a key that unlocks something, it says that it's not something that we add, it's something that is already there, and that we can unlock within ourselves or others or in different situations. It also implies that you need different keys for different contexts, people, and situations, right? You can do a lot of damage if you try to force with a key that is not the right key for that person or situation. This is where religion has gotten us in a lot of trouble sometimes. And since we're doing the movies, how many have seen The Matrix here? Yeah, working with inner development is sometimes dodging bullets, right? We're the Trinities and Neos of the world, but there is a humble character there called the Keymaker. And if you remember the movie, the Keymaker never forces anything. He just offers keys. When you're in trouble, sometimes when you're trying to change the system, you're like Trinity standing on that truck with motorcycles and agents all over the place, and you just need to get out of that situation. And the Keymaker offers a key and says, hey, maybe this can help. And the key is not necessarily the IDG guide or framework itself. That's a conversation starter. The keys are the different practices that we all use or have knowledge about. But what sometimes worries me with the IDGs is also that we, with this beautiful framework and marketing and wanting to change norms, we sometimes also don't ask the difficult questions. And any practice can be an IDG practice because we don't have a specific practice. So I'd like us to ask 4 questions that I think are really, really important. This is from the Phase 2 report that is published on the website, and Christian Stålne, who wrote it, is here together with Stephanie Geka. Christian, stand up. Where are you? Let's give that man a big applaud. He did so much work. We need to ask ourselves, first of all, what are we trying to do? What do we try to achieve with a specific practice, or we work in a specific context in an organization? And is there any theory of change or theory underlying this and explaining why this works? What's the mechanism behind? Also to ask ourselves, what's the empirical evidence or wisdom tradition? And we need both. Most places in the world, there is a faith or religion or wisdom tradition. And in Sweden, in the Nordics, we're some of the most secular countries in the world, we look very much to the evidence base. So we need different keys for different contexts when we work with that. We also need to make sure, does this practice has a community that works with it, or is it just one or a few people? Because practices that do not evolve will not be as effective. And let's face it, there are more effective and less effective practices out there. And there are even practices that harm, right? This is the difficult part with the inner. Because we all have the inner and subjective, but it's not anything goes. And does this practice, as Jamie was joking, and it's not Jamie speaking, but just like, does it really change anything with the global challenges? Or is it just something that boosts my energy or helps me feel more alive? And we need to, as Christine Wamsler has said so many times on the ambassador trainings, this is not a magic connection that just happens by itself if we work with inner development. We need to connect that to the larger issues. So my question to you is, what is your practice? Let's check in here. As I said, I'm recovering from a business school. I've done a lot of leadership development, which is how we frame inner development in corporate settings. How many here are more grounded in leadership development? Let's see just. Okay, sustainability science or those approaches. Beautiful. How many embodied-based practices? This is also yoga, this is also workout. Going out and running every day can be an embodied practice. Thank you. Mindfulness-based practices? Yes. Psychology, psychotherapy, trauma work? Thank you. Adult development practices, approaches? Group, team, or family-based methods where the core is the group? Thank you. Organizational-based or values methods like sociocracy, holocracy, or you try to change the values, culture of the organization primarily. System thinking, complexity theory. Who would say 23 skills? Are you kidding us? 25? It doesn't work that way, right? Spiritual or transpersonal approaches. And I want you to notice also which of these practices are triggering you. And of course, there is an 11th cluster. Because for myself, being born in Soviet Union, teaching at a business school, a lot of the spiritual language is really triggering for me. But I'm learning to understand how important that is and see that. How many here find other opposite triggering? Like, oh my God, there are so many corporates. What are they doing here? That's the old world. Like, yeah. So I have people from both sides coming to me, especially in the early days, and saying, this is so great. But could we just have a little bit less of that other side, either the corporates or the spiritual people? And how can we work as a global community of practice, honoring that there is both evidence and wisdom traditions in all of these? And there are, of course, many here that are not mentioned or that we could create ourselves. So 2 good examples that I think is a way how you can work and honor this complexity. It's something about the footwear companies. Have you noticed that? They're like, we're attracting footwear companies like crazy. So Icebug is another one. And this is beautiful, I think. I mean, David, Lena, Charlotte, are you here? Stand up. Let's give those. Yeah. What they did was they hired a good psychologist, a good coach who could have her own knowledge and practice, her own keys, and they integrated that into their context. That is a medium-sized company operating from Sweden, but also having production in Asia. And that's how they have worked with it. And they're sharing a book. And David is actually doing a talk and talking about this book just after this break. So check it out. And the takeaway here is this is their way of doing it. And if you do it in a similar company, you will do it in a different way probably. But there are keys that we can share or learn from each other. The second amazing example that is not corporate is the Transformative Skills Guide. Frank, Haley, where are you? Stand up, please. They have been working so hard on this. This is a collaboration between both federal, non-federal, and international agencies. Started in the US with a climate literacy guide, where they discovered themselves that they need to broaden the definition of climate literacy and included transformative skills. So we're launching this today. This is the global launch. If you scan the code, you will get access to that 20-page presentation of how we look at inner development through a climate literacy lens. And there are good examples for each and every one of the skills of project that has been happening, how we can develop the skills and how we can demonstrate them. And this, I think, is so brilliant because we can take any SDG, just like we've seen with clean air or gender equality, and we can apply and see what is specifically important for gender equality. For example, we know from meta-studies that we need to work with the inner if we ever gonna become an equal society and not wait for another 100 years. And especially there are two skills important. That's critical thinking and empathy and compassion. If we include those two skills, especially for men who have a hard time crying, we are unlocking those projects that include that are so much more effective than those who don't. So we can use our money, our investments in much wiser ways in different projects if we understand this. Okay, so now time to reflect a little bit on where we're going. And to be honest, when we built the IDGs and we started thinking of how to organize, we built a lot based on old thoughts and systems, to be honest. We thought, okay, we're going to meet corporates and governments. Let's create something that they can recognize so we don't confuse them too much. So we centralized the organization quite a lot. But when we look today at the flora of different agents, hubs, centers, nodes, and I think everything that is happening, the magic of this room is the co-creation, is the energy that people put in. We're a very small team who are working and actually getting paid. It's people like you who shift the whole system. And we've been wrong in how we created the organization. We've been overwhelmed. I've never felt, even working and giving as much heart as we can in the team, we're finding the same limits, the same balancing systems that we see in the old world with centralization. And we're looking into and listening together, and here we want your input. How can we organize in a different way? Maybe much more like a holacracy or something from those of you who are working with those cool organizational types. And also, how can we better meet the needs of the business and business organizations? And we're launching an IDG Business Coalition. And how can the IDG Foundation help support and collaborate with the larger universe? So for those of you who have not received responses or met stressed or overwhelmed IDG employees, I'm sorry. Please forgive me and us. And we are trying to figure this out, and I think we can do better together. 3 last slides and things to look into the future. When we look into what has really been magical and what we want to see more of is happenings like this. Who have been in Kå, in that beautiful Kå Palace? Make a sound. How was that? So this is the 3rd year it's happening. Last year there was 234 people and 24 kids. You're welcome to bring your families. And that does something with us when we actually have the next generations with us. So please check that out, and it's a beautiful gathering with a lot of indigenous traditions and room for spirituality, but also personal reflection and meeting people from the scientific world. There is another forum. Who speaks French here? The French-speaking crowd? There are quite a lot. So Christophe, you have a beautiful crowd here for an immersion, and there has been many beautiful immersions in Colombia. Just now there has been in Brazil, and here is another one focusing on the business world. And we're looking at having a forum in Stockholm next year as well, but much smaller and also reflecting on organizational perspective and how can we integrate the IDGs into the organization. We've just set a date and a place that is one of the most beautiful places in Stockholm, in the archipelago. And we have 2 partners who are familiar with Mobius leadership. A few. That's an amazing organization who works with CEOs and top management all across the world who are helping us with the learning journey and to inspire more ethical leadership. And we're doing it together with our partner, the World Business Council. And we're curious to think, if we form something that focuses on integration in organizations, how should it look like? Because we want to talk with you and learn and listen of how to do this. So one last reflection before I leave the stage is, when we co-create together, except for the framework, we need ways of working or principles in how to do this. And we've updated our principles. Johan, are you here, who've been putting in a lot of time and hours? Let's give the man a huge applause. So this is a little bit, and there has been so many workshops. When we create a forum, an immersion, a summit, or a program, what can be helpful? What have we learned? And you can see some of the new principles here, and the beauty is that each principle has built-in polarities. So the old one was just we invite joy. Now we're talking about embracing the whole human experience, both joy and pain. Because as Bob Keegan famously said, pain plus reflection equals development. How we relate to our pain, and just pain will not develop us, but if we have a practice of reflecting on the pains that we feel and open up for that, we can grow. And how do we navigate between science and simplicity, complexity and simplicity, between having a global framework or guide, sorry, again. You will hear this a lot this year. And at the same time, give the mandate to the local research team to adjust the definitions, and that's what we're doing, so they better fit the local context. How can we find those balances? So I know that it's difficult times for many of us, and I want to end with a quote. It's a Gandhi quote, it's not a movie quote. It's probably one of the quotes that Gandhi never said, but it's attributed to him. But never mind, I love this quote, it's one of my favorites. And it goes, whatever you do in life, it will be very insignificant. And it's very important that you do it. Thank you.
With all the insignificant and important work that you do, I just want to come up with one follow-up question before I let you leave the stage, Jan. You were one of the speakers who was standing here in the polarity session today as well, so I'm going to just project onto you that you actually meant, but I think you are a believer, and you often say that sentence that when times are urgent, we need to slow down. What's your honest experience? How has that worked for you? How has that worked for the organization?
Caroline has really helped me to slow down. She is a fan of Bayo Kamalafe, just like I am. I'm really happy to have new members in the board. Mila Waikani, I love you. Thank you so much for your support and all that you have done throughout this year. And I'm really bad at slowing down, but they help me.
Good thing is we can all still develop, right? Yeah. Thank you so much. Please give it up for Jan. We want to invite you to slow down a bit and have one other rest in Rome, probably a bit more time to rest. And there is also a musical offer. Maybe you want to watch the musical performance by the artistic director of the Athens Philharmonics, Yannis Hatchiloisou, which will happen in the lobby. And we see each other again at 4 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Greetings, greetings, greetings. How are we all today? Okay, not too well. How are we all today? My name is Natalie Stewart. In fact, I got married 2 weeks ago. My name is Natalie Stewart Maddox. You're my first room for that introduction. Should we do it again? No, not really. I'm also known as the Flow Assist. I made that name up when I was 19 because my flow assists. I'm a poet, spoken word artist, performer, mentor, actress, producer, songwriter, Grammy-winning songwriter, Grammy-nominated, platinum-selling. Those are a lot of the things that I've done. But as I said, I'm a poet. And this type of room, occasionally I do. But usually there's a band on stage, lots more lights, lots more monitors, lots more sound check. So this is nice. This is nice to have a conversation with like minds. So I appreciate the invitation. And I like to just journey and play with words and be intentional. I created a musical ethos called Poetic Delivery of Musical Intent, a group I had that I used to operate off of. Responsibility, content. I believe that the content is as important as the production. So, I take it very importantly. My newest project is coming out November 7th. You can applaud. We're encouraging each other in here, right? November 7th, my husband and I have an album coming. Our band is called I&I. And it's safe, it's organic. I make albums in my home now. I don't even have to worry about the receptionist. Because energy transfers, right? See, I don't vent on stage. I have done at other ages, but wisdom taught me that that was selfish loving. For here, both of us must come to an inner standing in these public, intimate surroundings. That's why I don't vent on stage. But instead, I present my answers, received from questions prayed on, referring only to my problems to show you how this guidance helped me solve them. Mantras are equations of our most common denominators, equal to our nature, divided by our mind, always on display, naked or clothed, timid or bold. Mental stealth is measured in judgment. Working out by getting out of the rat race. Karmic, calisthenics, that's cardio for the soul. And I don't compete in spirit building. It's not for show. It's a lifestyle. Oh, we got clickers in here? It's a lifestyle. I can't imagine my life without the written word. I can't imagine. Me without the honesty of my pen, I can't imagine. Me without honesty as a friend, I can't imagine. It helps me. See, I don't know your business. I just know that we all got business. And this busyness is draining our souls, it's dehydrating. And you know that dehydration is a threat to water beings. So we've been ordered to be confused, and it's confusing. So I don't vent on stage. I may do on the page, but that's only when I've got paper to spare. See, these words have made me aware of waste and recycling and the effects of democracy on our environment. because it's hard out here. Even if you had it better than most, many will encourage you to boast of your side effects of used pain so you can win. You see, even gurus are profiting from our wounds, and corporate concerns are practiced, and that's just which we can remember and articulate, recall, or enunciate. For there are feelings beyond words and memories beyond reasoning. And I'm seeking freedom from corruption. And right now, realistic optimism is about as close as I can get to innocence, so I don't vent on stage. I take the opportunity to be the difference that I want to see in myself. You see, as a poet, it's my responsibility not to get you to listen to me, but to encourage you to listen to yourself. So, if no one ever told you this, I'm telling you right now. You're so perfect and you're worth it. Mommy birthed you with a vow. You're so special. No doubt you're going to change the world, so you should do it. Don't just prove it. Be careful with your spells. Always use your mind. Physical's a backup. So you should never get too proud when you have to use a smack up, because you're owed nothing, but deserve everything. So you should never measure life by these things you can't bring, and you should never measure partners by the fears of your heart. You need to always deal with truth right from the start. Don't just do what feels easy. Do what feels right. Do things that won't wake you in the middle of the night so you can walk like a king. Think like your God. Know that the seed of the light of your rod, you need to know what you have. Know what you give. Mommy places blessings on these lives that you live. So if no one ever told you this, I'm telling you right now. You're so perfect and you're worth it. Mommy birthed you with a vow. You're so special. No doubt you're going to change the world. So you should do it. Don't just prove it. Be careful with your spells. Always use your mind, never just for games, or you'll typecast yourself with those roles that you play. You're owed nothing, but deserve everything. So you should never measure life by the things you can't bring, and you should never measure partners by the fears of your heart. You need to always deal with truth right from the start. Don't just settle for those standards that keep you feeling stressed. Ability to cope is a gift, not a test, so you can walk like a queen. Think like you're God-blessed. Know that we all get on earth through these bodies. You need to know what you have. Know what you give. See, Mommy places blessings on these lives that we live, and I know you can. I know you will. I know your will. I know the deal. I know the deal. Yo, I know your hand. I know your hand. Yeah, I understand. See, I understand, and I love you true. I'd love you too. Just believe in you. Could you believe in you? I know you are. You know you are a superstar. See, slow down, take your time. Come on and just relax your mind and slow down and take your time. Don't you worry about a thing. Keep on pushing through. Everything that you have is deep inside of you. See, if you're moving too fast, slow down. It's a mastery, balancing your soul. Too much holding back gets in the way of letting go. If you're feeling overwhelmed, breathe in, breathe out, and slow down. Take your time. Come on and just relax your mind and slow down. And take your time. Time. If you have to do what you have to do to look after you, just do it. Do it. Do it. Whatever it takes, yeah? Slow down, take time, relax your mind. Natalie Stewart. Natalie Stewart Maddox, may I add, Flow Assist. Have a beautiful evening.
Wow, thank you so much, the Flow Assist. I was actually snapping backstage with so many things that I just heard. It's beautiful cardio for the soul, and thanks for the reminder that we're all special and can slow down. As we enter the next session, I'm curious. Do you remember when you were asked as a child, what do you want to be when you grow up? What did you say? Give me a few shout-outs. I'm assuming the Swedish people don't know who that is. What else? I don't know. You didn't know. Who else? An artist. Teacher. An actress. Firefighter. Astronaut. Superman. Architect. Wonderful. I do wonder how many Supermans and astronauts and fairies we have sitting in the room here today. Somehow on the way, when we start working, it almost feels like we have to let go of those childish dreams. And sometimes it also feels that when we enter the workspace, the office, we almost have to feel like we need to leave our authentic selves behind. Being vulnerable, honest, courageous, humble might not actually seem like the qualities that drive success in business in a lot of cases. Our next speaker argues exactly the opposite, and he invites us to see the workplace as a space for human growth. He himself has gone on quite a journey when it comes to inner and outer growth in both his career and his life. He was born in Iran, and his family had to seek refuge in Austria at an early age. So he didn't exactly have the easiest start to life or school or career. Today, he's one of the most well-known social impact entrepreneurs of Austria. He's built several businesses, invests in other sustainable startups, is an EU youth ambassador, and calls himself a business humanist. But besides his extraordinary story, what makes him truly stand out in the business world is, as you might notice, that he never lost the little boy within himself, that even after thousands of speeches and years of standing in the spotlight, is still in awe each time he steps on a stage. So I would say he proves that by doing the work that you love, you can really turn a dream that you once had as a child into something so big you might not have even come up with it back as a child when you were asked, what do you want to be when you grow old? Please welcome on stage Ali Malocci.
20 years ago, someone once said to me, one day you should go to Stockholm. And this was my mom, actually, 20 years ago, in my early 20s. So she's my mom on the right, the other person, it's me. And the thing is, where your life starts, it's just by chance. You have no idea where your life is going to start one day. And so my life started in Iran. 44 years ago, I was born in Tehran. And when I was 2 years old, my parents had to flee from the country. And we made it to Europe as refugees. And I grew up in a refugee camp in Vienna, in Austria. And you know, when you're a refugee, when you're a kid, you have absolutely no idea where to go. You don't have any role models. Some people see you as a threat sometimes. And this is the moment when you have to ask yourself who you want to be. And the thing is, when your parents are afraid of everything, you need to ask yourself later on as a young adult, are all of these fears your fears or theirs? Is their story your story, or do you want to create your own story? And the truth is, when you don't have a place where you can go back and you're a stranger in a new country, for me, this is the best start of a life where you can decide who you want to be. But it's very easy saying this as an adult. When you're young, this is not easy. When I was 13 years old, my parents broke up. I started to stutter. I was not able to talk for nearly 10 years of my life until I was 22 years old. And so I was afraid of school, of course. Therefore, I was a school dropout. I started as a floor cleaner. I had more than 40 jobs in my life, and I had never an idea where to go. After that, I found the love for software engineering. I started to work in the field of tech and so on, and this was the first place in my life where I thought I'm able to do something also meaningful for other people with the help of technology. And I remember when I was around 22 years old, I think I was 21, my mom decided she wants to marry again. And she married someone from Sweden. From the city, of Göteborg. We call it Gothenburg. And the thing was, it turned out that I had to visit my mom twice a year. I loved it, to be honest. And every time I left the city, coming back to Vienna, she said to me, Ali, the next time, we need to go to Stockholm together. It's a wonderful place. Only one time, please. A city trip together. And I always said to her, one day we will do this. And it turned out that it never happened because she passed away. And last year, it was the beginning of last year when I found out about the IDGs. And I fell in love with them. And in September last year, I booked my flight. I bought the tickets. And I said I want to come to this wonderful place. And when I touched ground last year in Stockholm, it was like, wow, it is a wonderful city. And I started thinking about my mom, who was a social worker, who always believed in people. And last year also something else happened. I was in the audience and I said to a good friend of mine, who's also with me this time, said to him, it's like coming back to the mothership. Because you're surrounded by people who think like you. Until that day, I thought I was a system error. I thought, thinking about a better future, maybe it's me. And then you're in this audience with these people, and today it's so amazing that we're here in the house of people. Because being in the house of people, I think this is why we're all doing this. What does it mean being a human being in this world? And especially when you become a teacher of life sometimes, at least it starts when you have kids, okay? These are my 2 daughters, 2-year-old and 6-year-old. You are always a student of life, don't get me wrong. You're always a student until the day you die, but sometimes you have to become a teacher for some people. And then you take a look at these kids and you realize, we as human beings, we talk so much BS about so many things, about the economy, about school, work, retirement, which car is the better one, and so on. And the truth is, the only thing they care about is stuff we all care about until the day we die. Where's the next toilet? Eating, sleeping, and we call it love, and later on we call it respect on eye level and so on. But we all want to be seen. One of the biggest problems is we do not stand up in business meetings and speak up is because we are afraid of losing the love of others. This is something which is very natural and important for us. And I still remember when yesterday I left Vienna coming to Stockholm, my 6-year-old, I brought her to school. She said to me, Dad, where are you going? And I showed her a picture, okay, of the building. And I said, I'm going to the Volkshuset. I think it's called that. I don't know. I think Folketshus, sorry. She was like, what is the Folketshus? And I told her there are so many bright minds there, people who want to change the world, scientists, smart people, and so on. And she told me, Dad, if these people are that smart, why do they need you? And I was like, okay, good question. Last year, if you have attended the conference last year, you saw that a lot of people talked about love, but there was one thing missing. And this is the thing I want to bring into the game today. Today, I will talk about love. But, amazing animation, huh? I made it on my own. Thanks to the YouTube videos out there. Guys, I don't have time. They told me only 20 minutes. I'm a Persian guy. We talk always too much, okay? So please, don't disturb me, okay? I want to talk about love in action. And what does this mean? The crazy thing is, on the day we were born, we had no idea that there's something called our mother language. We had no idea if I was born in, I don't know, Iran, in Germany, in France, in the US, but we managed speaking the mother language out of nothing. And the second hardest thing for the human brain, next to the mother language, is called walking around. We had no idea that we need this skill. And we crashed the floor 100 times, but no one ever told us this is a mistake, because this is called learning. And we had people around us, our leaders, our parents, who showed us how to do it. They created an environment of growth. And they knew when we hit the floor, it's not like telling us, hey, your baby friends are better in mother tongue. And by the way, they can walk. What's wrong with you? They trusted us. They knew this is the process. And now in the world, we're hitting the walls. We see that we're crashing the floor 100 times, and we think we are so good to learn everything after a year because there is a framework, because there is a guide. We need to understand that these things are so important for us because we need a direction. We need a language we all speak together because it's the basis of having a great community. But no one wants to make mistakes. We point the finger at other people who at least tried. And this is not how we learn. The second thing when you're a father, what you see is, or a little question to the room, who has kids who are able to speak? No matter if they still speak to you or not, or talk to you or not. Okay. When kids start to talk, what is the first disturbing question every kid asks? Why? It's the purpose question. It's not an Instagram or social media thing. In the moment when we start to communicate with the people around us, we want to understand why we should do something. And kids ask everything, and there was a day when we were the kids. We just forgot. And the thing is, I work in the world of work with experts. I sit in a lot of expert meetings about the future of work in Europe and so on. And everyone is like, we need these 3 skills to have transformation in the companies. We need a culture of making mistakes and learning out of it. Questioning everything would be amazing if our employees would do this. And the third thing is, we need people who love to experiment. We're not afraid of walking new directions. And the thing is, we need to help people to remember who they are. The main job of us in this room is to become a gardener of human development. We need to help people who they are. And when you take a look at the work of a gardener creates an environment and is not pulling the plant. And we in society, we pull the plant, we tell each other what's wrong, instead of creating environments where people have the feeling, okay, someone sees me, all of my struggles. And the fun part is when you take a look at the world these days, to the discussions, people are like, should we start with the grassroots movement? Should we work with the businesses? Should we work with the government? The world doesn't care. The question is, where are the gardens where we can develop people? And the truth is, when you take a look at the numbers, far more people are employees than self-employed. And these people are fathers, these are mothers, these are sons, these are daughters. These are people with hopes, dreams, and fears. And especially when you take, for example, take a look at the European Union, for example. Then you will see that more than 80% of the people are employees inside of organizations. So when we talk about the bad organizations sometimes, what do we mean? Do we understand that this is a system, but inside of the system there are people who maybe want more out of life? And when you take a look at the last numbers from the study from Gallup from this year about the state of the global workplace and the question about how engaged are people at the workplace worldwide, you will see it's a disaster. Worldwide, only 21% of the people on a global scale are engaged with their job, with their hands, their hearts, and their brain, as they call it. Most of the people are sitting in the office and having no idea what to do. And you know, back in the days, 20 years ago, having people in your office who were not engaged was not a problem because you told them what to do. It was just very, very simple. I started my career in a world where you had one person telling you what to do. I know this world. More than 20 years ago, I started my career in a large organization in Germany as a business consultant. Then I became one of the youngest managers in Europe in a US tech company. It was one of the pictures where I would say I was young and I needed the money. Yeah, these are these pictures. All of us, we have these pictures. And And what I saw during that time, more than 20 years ago, was it was so simple telling people, this is the road in our business in the next 10 years. Just do your work. Don't think about the future. I don't need your engagement. I don't need the entrepreneur inside of the organization. It was not needed. But we all know that that world has changed. The last few years we talked about the VUCA world. Now we're talking about the Bani world. It's a world where people are like, the world is brittle. There's a lot of anxious around. And people have no idea what is going on at the moment. And we're all in the same boat. No matter if you talk to a taxi driver in Stockholm, if you talk to a CEO, if you talk to some young people out there, to parents, everyone feels something is wrong. And what we saw in the business world in the last 10 years is that more and more leaders said, this world is too complex for me. I can't handle it on my own. And the companies who realized that started with an inner shift inside of the organizations where they started talking about entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs. They found out that maybe KPIs is not the only way to go. We need much, much more. We need to bring people into a position where they understand that we have a new age of ownership. We call it inner development. I understand. But this is something we saw in the last few years. So the business world has this pressure that now that no one knows what the future is, we need everyone in an organization being engaged. The problem is only 20% of the people are engaged. On the other side, there is people are craving for meaning. When you take a look at the generation global, these are the young ones starting at the age of 14 to 17 until 30, 35. They want to have a good life. And numbers from Nielsen since 2018, they show that all of these people, when they buy a product, when they work somewhere, they want to deal or work with companies and organizations where they have the meaning, this idea, it is meaningful what we're doing. And we know from so many people before us that those who have a why to live, they can bear with almost anything. And don't get me wrong, please, the world outside is sometimes horrible and sometimes it's the most beautiful place at the same time. But it was also Frankl who once said that life is never made unbearable by circumstances, but only by the lack of meaning and purpose. And this is something I learned the hard way from my parents, which once told me that no one has the power to tell you what your future is. You decide who you want to be, but work for something, not against something. This makes a big difference. If you work for something or against something. If you work against something, you will be stressed. You will be burnt out, and then you're useful for no one. Working for something is like a strong force that tells you that everything that happens to you has a reason. And you know what I mean if you have been through dark times. I'm today the CEO of an organization called Future One. And what we do is, this is the mission of the organization, bringing love, purpose, and humanity back into the business world and society. So what we do is, 50% of our time, we work with some of the largest organizations in the world. We'll help them in the new kind of leadership and so on. But we never talk about inner development in the first place. We talk about the Trojan horses. Performance, new work, burnout prevention. You need to learn the language of the people you want to help to transform. This is 50% of my time. The other 50% of my time, I work with kids. Okay? In the last, I think, 11 years, more than 700,000 kids worldwide. It looks like this on the right corner. It's more like a rock show. And I visited kids. I visited kids all around the world. And people ask me, how come you work with leaders and with kids? Huh? And I'm like, it's the same. There was a time when these people were kids, but they forgot. Someone told them you need to behave like this to get promoted in your job. And when you work with kids, I never see these people as kids. Sometimes I work with 6-year-olds. I never see them as kids. I always see them as the adults of the future. And then you go to school where you know that there are kids who do not believe in themselves, and you help them to rewrite their own story. Think about the belief systems they got from their parents, checking in what is useful and maybe what is not part of the future. And then you can help kids to thrive. And this is the same thing you do with adults, because it's only the story we tell ourselves. And what we also try to teach kids is, you know, in this today's world, everyone is waiting for wonder, but you can create one. There is stuff you can do every day, but sometimes you need to let go, because other people worldwide also want to have a better life. And I can tell you, there are companies, for example, I started working with, it's called, for example, voestalpine, it's a steel company, a global one. 6 years ago, no one was talking about inner development. Now people want to work with the youngest one in their organization about their dreams, about their hopes, who they want to be one day, what is important for them, for when it comes to connection, having meaningful work and so on. And this started because one of their leaders started working on high performance issues. And they ended up in a meditation. And after 2 days of doing this, they raised the question, are we doing the right things inside of the organizations? Are the people ready for what is coming up? Then you work with these people, and then you see that the people who are like, it's just a job, they understand maybe I should be the embodiment of the change internally. And then you have top leaders who are like, okay, until today I was afraid of speaking up in the meetings, but now I have to do it because it's not because of myself, it's because of others. And I also teach at the University of Cambridge in the field of sustainability leadership, but only with top leaders, executives. And then you have these people, and they all want to learn some tactics. And you work with them, you go deep. Instead of broadcasting, you do deep casting in a very, very strong way. And then they're like, maybe we're in this job because we really need to change something. And you know what? Being a leader is a privilege. Being in this room is a privilege. Having this mindset and being awakened from the world and understanding I can change something. Something is wrong out there. If you have this point of view about the world, then you're privileged. Because a lot of people are in this daydream about life. And sometimes people ask me, why are you so motivated? And I'm like, there is no other option in the world. What should I do? Run around and say, oh, the world is doomed? If I start this, I'm not useful for anyone out there. And don't get me wrong, I worked on my traumas a lot. It took me nearly 40 years of my life until I did not thought maybe one day I will end under a bridge. This is the story I had from my parents. And in today's world, when you go to social media, when you go to LinkedIn, everyone can tell you some amazing quotes about change. Go to LinkedIn and post, be the change you want to see in the world. 100 likes. Share, yeah, I think the same way. Yeah, wonderful. Gandhi was an amazing guy. Emoji. What does that even mean? What does this mean? So today I got asked by someone in an interview, how did you find your purpose? And I said, it's like love. When you run around looking for your purpose, you won't find it. It's like going to the bar saying, today I will find the love of my life. Guess what? You will go home alone. When you start living your life, people will come to you. When you start to realize that everything that happens in your life happens for you, not against you. You realize, for example, that maybe, in my case, your purpose is to create a world where every human being who's born has the feeling, I'm good enough. No matter who I am, where I'm from. This is my purpose, but it came to me because I started to realize that all of the darkness in my life, it had a meaning. I tried to master it. I don't say that I'm done. But then you have to become a teacher to hand it over to others. And when I was in the corporate world, I also started working as a teacher. Because I found out that maybe working with kids is something where I can give back. And the crazy part was, this was 2010 when I was a teacher. I talked to the kids about their future, what they want to do with their life and so on. And they told me, we have no idea what to do. We have no orientation. And I was so angry about dedications. I was like, when I was a kid, I had no orientation. Now, so many years later, kids still don't have any orientation, although there's technology around. Then I was like, if I'm going to have kids one day, and they will tell me, Dad, we have no idea what to do, we have no orientation about the job market, I don't want to tell them, guys, you know, when I was a kid, the problem was all around. Sometimes you see a problem, and when you see that this problem is bothering you, it's just an invitation of life that maybe you should be the solution. And then I thought, what was the thing which I wished for when I was a kid? And when I was younger, I always said to my dad, I wish for a handbook of life stories, where I can learn from stories from people around the world. And what my dad also told me was always that opportunities are always there. What you are doing out of it, it's up to you. And so instead of just being angry, I started putting this anger into transformation. And whenever I'm angry today, I start a new company. This is how I deal with with my anger and my emotions. And so I was a teacher, and I started in my spare time. I bought myself a camera. I think it was 300 euros. And I interviewed at the beginning random people on the streets from Austria about their job, about their life, about their background. I was at home. I tried to make cool videos for the kids. And this little platform I started with just open source tools became one of Europe's largest job orientation platforms in the German-speaking market, reaching out to millions of kids. I had to quit my job, starting a startup, becoming an entrepreneur, and then I saw that a lot of people told me, Ali, this was the thing I was looking for when I was a kid. And during the growth of the company, we started working with more than 600 B2B partners who used the platform for employer branding, and on the other side, we helped millions of young people finding orientation. And when I started the whole thing, I realized one simple thing. You can't be inspired here at the IDG Summit. You all can go home. Monday, you can go to your offices and you can be like, wow, it was such an inspiration. Maybe I should do something one day. Or you realize one simple thing. Maybe today is day one of the rest of your life. Maybe there is no tomorrow. And the question is, who is writing the story you have in your mind? Because these days, we let other people tell us the story. But I try to create this picture that maybe it's totally up to us. What is the headline of tomorrow? And maybe the headline of tomorrow is something we want to create here. But changing the world is not easy, don't get me wrong. But it's also not okay saying others should change the world. So many people are like, I would hope that my boss would see this. I hope that the businesses would do this. And I don't think that this is the way to go. What I learned is you need to learn the language of the system you want to change. The language, the playbook. And then you go into the system, and then you start to become the light tower for others, and you show others what has worked for you. And then with time, you see that other people, they will lose their own fear, and they're like, okay, if you can do it, I can also do it. I see it over and over again the last 10 to 20 years in businesses. And sometimes people ask me, Ali, what is the future about? And I'm like, I have no idea, guys. But one thing is for sure. If you want to have a better future for yourself, for your families, for the people you care, for the environment, you all need to understand, guys, it's a privilege to be here because you are the enablers of the futures. And something in the world thought it is good giving you a life. You have a heart that beats for you without doing anything for it, and you're surrounded by people who want to change something. And we have a world where people have to do this voluntarily to saving the world while others are destroying it full time. We know that. But the question is, when you write your own story, at the end of your life, try to become the adult you wished for when you were a kid. You all were born with talents, with values, and with amazing things maybe you only see. And we have this one lifetime. And we have some of the biggest challenges in front of us. But we all want to be heroes. Therefore, we go to the movies. And this is a chance to become one. Not a lonely one, but in an amazing community. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if you have turned your back to the audience before, just to make sure everyone can also see.
Love is the answer.
Here we go. Ali, you said before, let's cut the bullshit.
I said BS. I did not say bullshit.
Now I said
she
it
said
out
bullshit.
loud. Yeah, well. You said that since you were at the IDG Summit last year, you also kind of learned to be more honest. And
much more honest.
I wonder, how does that look for you? How do you respond differently to BS in others, but also in yourself?
And for example, there was a time when I had a company, and the company is not existing anymore because my founders and myself were not able to talk about the real stuff. It was always like, yeah, so maybe next time, okay? The harmony is much, much more important. After the IDGs last year, I said to myself, if I want to be successful in my life as a father, in business, and whatever I do, I need to be very honest to the people around me. Otherwise, they won't be honest to me. And I have a manager since 10 years who is helping me in a lot of things. And the whole communication totally changed. It's much more honest. When we see that someone is talking BS, we immediately say, hey, come on. Don't lie on this thing. Is this the reality or not? Is it just a story you're telling yourself or not? We're just, it started with interrupting the other person much more because you need to interrupt the inner monologue. But for a lot of people around me in the beginning, it was very disturbing because they said, come on, you're a pain in the ass. Today, they are like, thank you so much because we're much more efficient. We know we can trust each other much more. And there is no wrong sense of harmony. Harmony is wonderful. Love is harmony. It's wonderful. But a lot of relationships, they break because of a very not fruitful sense of harmony. And as long as you say people the truth, they know that you love them so much that you know they can deal with it. And this is something I learned last year here. And I said to myself, I need to change it immediately.
And what I sense in you is even if you might risk the harmony on the outside, it seems like you're also creating a bit of harmony on the inside.
It goes hand in hand. It's very important.
Thank you so much for spreading your message. Thank you for spreading the love. Please give it up once more for Ali. Thank you. Talking about cutting the BS, I wonder how many of you have ever done a job, stepped on a stage for a presentation, or just done this very important one meeting, despite the fact you were actually sick, you didn't feel well, you might even have been burned out. Just give me a show of hands. Yeah, guilty as charged here as well. Our next speaker is a young climate activist who was supposed to be with us last year. But very last minute, she fell sick quite severely. So I remember talking with her back then on the phone. I could tell how she was tempted to just pump herself up with painkillers and make it to the stage just because it was important to her. But in the end, she didn't. She took herself serious instead. And by that, she also honored what she's going to talk about here on stage today. Her work centers around the well-being of young activists that are suffering anxiety, depression, and burnout, because they care so much about the environment that they forget the self-care about it. Being one of them, she founded the Resilience Project at the age of 24, training young activists in resilience. And today her work is widely recognized, and she sits on IKEA's Young Global Leaders boards and others. She also just published her first book, Act, Rest, Reset, and Repeat. And from what I understand, after many years of acting, she's just about to enter a phase of resting. But before she does that, I'm so very happy to finally welcome her here on this stage, healthy and sound. Please welcome Katie Hodgetts.
Hello, everyone. I am feeling nervous, so I need to hear you. I need you to make some noise for me. How are you? Bit more. Feed me. You are just the loveliest audience. Thank you so much. It's such a privilege to be here. Shall we start with a story? So, I was in Glasgow. It was February 2020. Hooray for Glasgow. And I was there with a youth group that I was campaigning with, and we were strategizing for COP26. And it was there that I got a phone call that would change the trajectory of the next few years for me. And that phone call was from another youth group that I campaign with in Bristol. Woo for Bristol. And they were telling me that our upcoming February youth strike protest was now going to be attended by Greta Thunberg. You are the best audience. Thank you. So the expected attendance started ticking up. It was 5,000, and then it was 10,000, which was our largest strike ever, and eventually it was 30,000. And the protest was in 5 days. So I packed my bags, I left Glasgow, and I went to Bristol. And over those 5 days, I had to fundraise, I had to write a speech, had to convince my colleagues to cover my shifts at work, bribe them with wine. I had to figure out how to get sound and safety to 30,000 people. I had to convince my parents that I absolutely was not going to get arrested. And convince my brother that I absolutely was going to get arrested. And respond to messages from men who said they were going to drive their diesel cars into the crowds. To death threats from men. There is a nuanced burden on young changemakers. Take that, fast forward 5 years, add on a cost of living crisis, add on deepening insecurity, add on watching a genocide unfold on social media with what feels like to me global impunity. It's not easy being a young person. It's not easy being team human right now, right? 30,000 people did attend that protest. It was safe, it was empowering, it was extraordinary. And it all happened because young people had the courage to take action. And for me, this photo was actually a return to action after a bit of time off. And a couple years prior, I was the well-being officer for an organization I volunteered with. And I still remember being on the London Tube, taking the deepest of breaths because I was so nervous, and it turns out that doesn't go away even 10 years later, to deliver my first ever well-being workshop, age 20, in response to the high rates of burnout and poor mental health that I was seeing in my peers. Then in 2019, the Greta-inspired youth strike happened, and I was now organizing with people as young as 13. And of my group, 90% were medicated for depression and anxiety. 90%. So I told myself this story, which maybe some of you in the audience can relate to, that it was my responsibility alone to protect them from heartbreak and hopelessness. And so I pinched from the leadership playbook that I saw modeled, which was mostly on telly, which was a leadership that was infallible, immovable, unshakable, didn't ask for help because it didn't need help. But I too was struggling. I too was exhausted, and I didn't know how to cope with this bizarre title that the youth will save us. So I found a way to cope, which a doctor would later call an eating disorder. Bulimia, binging and purging, was a way for me to fuel my high-octane activism and erase my mistakes. It became my secret superpower to retain the image of the perfect activist, the perfect leader. But eventually and inevitably, my mental and physical health started to decline, and I realized that it was no longer a superpower. It was a sign that I was burnt out. I was using food as a tool for stress management. And I would go on to find out that I was one of many young people who were finding methods to regain control in a world that feels like a slowly derailing train. I've now held these titles like CEO and young leader and author, but by far the proudest title I have is being someone who burnt out and came back. resilience is not forged by how calmly we sit in the shadows, but by how tall we stand in the wicked winds. After recovery, after attending this protest, I made it my commitment, my small offering to this planet, my rent for being here, that any young person who stepped up and dedicated their energy and their innocence to the climate crisis or otherwise would not just be met with heartbreak and burnout and despair and aloneness, but they would also find joy and purpose and friendship and flourishing and aliveness. So a month after this photo, I set up the Resilience Project by youth, for youth, to be the harbour for young people. And we train young people to deliver peer support and inner development interventions in their localities, challenging how we do activism. And I actually came here straight from Kenya. I flew in from Nairobi 2 days ago. Yes, for Nairobi. And we were running a resilience residential there, so a training experience for young Kenyans. And we had 14 spots available, and we had 1,247 applications. So we have the numbers that people desire, not just communities based on doing, but on being, right? It is no longer enough for us to build campaigns and movements which ignore the psychological and emotional toll on those within them. The staggering rates of burnout. Has anyone been burnt out? Yeah. It illuminates it not as a temporary setback, but as a sign of deeper, systemic and psychological misalignments. So as the world changes, change-making must too. One which bakes inner development into the center of what we're doing. One which is human-centered, not just goal-orientated, because human-centered activism is activism in its most alive form. Where are those snaps? Yes. One which allows us to step away from the burden of perfection and offer ourselves a bit more grace. Since the beginning of the Resilience Project, we've moved youth across 6 continents through our work. We've trained over 70 facilitators to deliver our interventions, and we've had our methodology validated by Stanford University and Imperial College London. I could tell you more about the numbers, but what feels more important to me is that last week a young changemaker came up to me and said to me, I am forever changed because I finally realized that I am deserving of love. Beyond my world's obsession with metrics and numbers, it's these deep shifts which change us. Not just the 5 things to do before 5 a.m. to build resilience, but the transformational power of feeling loved and valued and feeling like you belong. Did you hear, Violetta? Right? That's how we get testimonials like this. The Resilience Project saved my life. I rediscovered what it means to rest and to rise. We got that one yesterday morning. And we get a few more like that. A few more life-changing ones, and just a few more. The proof that creating spaces where we feel seen, heard, and understood is not an additional extra to taking on some of the biggest challenges of the ages. It is the foundation. Now, this talk is called Resilience Without Burnout. That would be nice. And burnout can sometimes be, I need time off work, I need intervention, but also burnout can sometimes be just crawling by without fully living. Functional burnout. I see nods. Relatable? And what I want to bring to you as a proposition is that the idea of change making without burnout is somewhat of a contradiction, unfortunately, because you care. You really care. Activism, change making, making steps towards a better planet will move you in constant proximity to burnout because change making is effing hard. There is no version of uprooting systems, of challenging oppression, of facing constant losses and feeling like voting for love leaves you on the losing team that does not involve challenge. Burnout is woven into the fabric of change making. But that doesn't mean that you will burn out. I am not saying that you will burn out. Don't cancel me. Keep listening. Stay with me. I tried to eradicate burnout for years. I started this whole organization to do so until I had my aha moment. Of course, you're exhausted. This work is enormous. It is complex. It is intersectional. Of course you are fatigued. You're a 22-year-old up against the oil and gas lobby that's valued at $4.3 trillion. Of course you're tired. Capitalism has devalued rest and the rent is due. Of course you keep crying. You're stepping into a space of death and grief and anguish. Step one of truly avoiding burnout is to accept that in courageously calling for change, for a better world, the process of melting, creating, and making, it requires heat. You might get burnt. Step two is understanding our proximity to burnout at all times. So rather than remove it from the picture entirely, which is what I was trying to do, we can hold change-making and burnout as a polarity. As a polarity, Kat. I understood the assignment. So these two become a dynamic together, right? So if burnout is not in the picture at all, it's not even in the room, then perhaps we can do more. Perhaps we can take more radical action. We can move closer to change. We can stand in the fire. And if we get too close, to make sure that we don't actually burn out, how do we pull back? How do we impose boundaries? How do we call in more support? Right? So it's this keeping burnout in the periphery, having an awareness of where we are in relation to it, is where we build resilience. And sometimes our tiredness is not burnout. If you've been tired, I sure have, ask yourself honestly, am I tired or am I impoverished? Am I poor? Am I deficient in all the things that make me feel alive? In joy, in connection, in spirit, in adventure, in dancing naked in your garden, whatever you do, I don't need to know. So my inquiry now is, how can parts of me feel exhausted? Of course they do. Look at the news. Look at our world leaders. Look at the surge of the far right. But how can other parts of me feel alive? How can my left toe feel burnt out? And how can my right elbow feel joy and whimsy and reverence? The late, great Joanna Macy, I wanted to mention her on this stage. She spoke about the greatest threat that we face as a society, and she wasn't talking about the far right or the climate crisis or widening inequality. She was talking about the deadening of our response. The greatest threat we face is the deadening of our response. We need to feel We need to courageously feel all the good, all the bad, and know that it won't break us. It will propel us. You might already hear from my story the wisdom of burnout. And don't get me wrong, I don't advocate for burnout at all. It sucked. It sucks, right? But inside despair, I found purpose. Inside sadness, I found softness. Inside exhaustion, I found a leadership that shows up with vulnerability. And at this point in the talk, it feels like a heck of a lot of vulnerability. Last week, at our Resilience Residential, we did a gratitude circle. And someone said to me, Katie, I thank God every day. And I was so there. I said, yes, what do you thank God for every day? And she looked at me earnestly and she said, that you burnt out. And I didn't quite know how to take that. But sometimes when life squashes you like a tomato, the seeds hit the floor and something unexpected grows. And that is resilience, right? Not just the mountain, not just the rock, but the squashed tomato. That was Christiana Figueres. That was me. Maybe that is you. And if that is you, I see you. I love you. This nasty, nasty timer, which I won't look at, is telling me that we have only a minute and a half left together. Kat mentioned I was meant to be here last year, and I wasn't because I ended up getting very sick. And it was probably the stress of scaling this organization, right? Oh, let me go back. I got very sick, and here is my soft underbelly for you. I talk about burnout a lot, and I am not immune to it. I am not a machine. And in my own response to getting too close to burnout proximity, I decided to step back as CEO from my organization, bring on someone amazing, and I'm taking a big chunk of time off after this in 49 seconds, so let's hurry things along. And I bought a van, so things are good. And my friend Jamie Bristow, who is somewhere in this audience, he once said to me, people spend their time curious if it's a marathon or a sprint, and really it's neither. It's a relay race, that we are passing the baton to different people all the time, to different generations. And so maybe this IDG Summit is your invitation to pick up the baton. But for me in my van, it is time to temporarily pass the baton and take some rest. Thank you. So, being here, being with you, condensing 10 years of my life into 20 minutes feels so important to me because it feels like a standing ovation to my 23-year-old self. The burnt out bit, the squashed tomato. So well done, kiddo.
Wow. I remember how in one of our calls you said vulnerability is courage. I think you just stepped on stage with a lot of courage. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to keep you 49 seconds longer before your timeout. I'm curious. I really found it was interesting what you said about the proximity to burnout. That when we're doing something that is so important to us, we're almost always in close contact to that burnout. And as you just said, you laid down your position as CEO. You're just coming back from Kenya. Where are you in proximity to burnout right now?
That's a great question. I have been doing more work, right? So I went to Kenya to run this residential, and this whole speech I dedicate to them because I felt so inspired and so alive by hearing their stories and seeing their work and their commitment to their justice cases. So whilst some of that felt really tiring, and being here feels tiring, my left foot feels probably burnt out, maybe my left calf, the whole rest of me feels alive. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and I hope that you will have a lot of time now with your van that also makes you feel very alive. Thank you so much. Nothing more in between your time and your time out. Thank you so much, Katie. Wow. It feels like we're slowly coming to an end, to a close of this. And as we do so, I remember a man that I stood on stage with for the first time. He's been one of the academic partners of the IDG since the beginnings. So we shared the stage at the partner gathering a few years ago. And I remember in our 10-minute conversation about the inner development goals, he managed to dismantle the concept of inner, the concept of development, and the concept of goals. I would say he's not a fan of labels. So honestly, I'm a bit scared to invite him back on stage. But apart from his outstanding skill of critical thinking, he's also one of the names when it comes to organizational learnings and system thinking. He's a senior lecturer at the Behavioral and Policy Sciences at MIT. Many of you will have spent the entire weekend with him at a masterclass that I've already heard being described. Yes. It's quite life-changing as well. So in order to wrap this all up together and to make sense of what we have heard and witnessed and experienced, we have no predefined ending. So I will once more share a stage with him, and myself too, let myself be surprised as I invite you to welcome on stage with me, Peter Senge. Hello, Peter.
Hello, Katrin.
Yeah. What are we going to do together?
That's a good question. I think the first thing we have to turn the lights up.
Right.
Because we can't do much of anything if we can't see you well. This is not about us.
Are we
and then you can turn this down a little bit. I know there's always a trade-off with the projected image or the, yeah, okay, that helps a little. I'm going to move just a little. The key to this is, you know, I have an idea of what I want, but I also have to keep thinking about what the people doing a broadcast want. So I'm going to move just a tad more. Hopefully I'm not upsetting anybody too much. Now I can see you.
Yeah, good setting.
Am I okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. So this has been a very, very full time, I'm sure, for all of us. Thank you. That was also very nice. Okay, it's getting better. So the idea we had very simply was to use a little this time to just reflect a bit together on this day. For many of you, this day is just an event in a context of a really long and deep process of what the hell is inner development all about and why does it matter in practical ways in the world. So I had one or two thoughts. I'm mainly going to say something for those of you who wouldn't know much about the work we do. appreciate you referring to the master class. And I do remember very well, yeah, the only problem here is goals, and we don't know what inner means. And let's drop this idea of development as a point A to point B sort of thing. But it came against a background, I think you could hear this too, that when this whole process started many, many years ago, Otto Scharmer, Bob Keegan, Amy Edmondson, Jennifer Garvey, and I, they reached out to us to say, would you kind of be thinking partners? I'm going to just turn these down just a little if you can. Sorry about that. So there's no question about our kind of real interest. But it's challenging territory. And I think for all of us, in different ways, by the way, it was a great move by Jan to do that, because one of our practical problems is we don't get to hang out together. So now we got to hang out. We had a good excuse to hang out together. But in many ways, it was an exploration, and being here now is a continuation of that. It was a common connector amongst all of our work. We didn't really necessarily use that language, but we could all recognize it right away, and not just at a distance, but really close. How we grow as human beings is kind of essential in all of the things that we do. So, and for those of you who don't know anything about what that means, my background is understanding complexity and systems and leadership, and kind of started off with a big focus on business organizations, but that was not really because, I'll be honest, I was a child of the 60s. You really weren't too attracted to business, just as people aren't often today. Quite the opposite. I just had the good fortune of meeting some extraordinary people, amazing people who are doing amazing things in their organizations. And what made it amazing to me, now I will use this language, which I didn't use many years ago, is that people grew. Bob later coined the term deeply developmental organizations, Bob Keegan. But that's what we've been living with for a long time. What's this kind of mystery that in order to really do something important and practical, maybe it makes a difference to create an environment where human beings become better human beings. It's like that simple. When I was doing an update for the Fifth Discipline, a second edition, I had this simple idea that I was going to talk to a bunch of those people and interview them. And Barbara Stocking, who many of you may know, Barbara was the regional director of the National Health Service in the UK. Then she became the president of Oxfam. We had a long, long partnership, particularly when she was at Oxfam. She's now Dame Barbara Stocking. I remember Barbara, who's a very down-to-earth person, said, well, I've always been a developmentally oriented manager. That's all she said. It was like, that's simple. But I knew what she meant, and I knew the effect she'd had on a lot of people. I think it's really nice to get to follow Katie because, this simple question, which has been in the background, in the shadow, as Max was pointing out, is it right that I should be sacrificing myself in order to help change the world? It's always kind of sat there in the background, and no one ever wanted to talk about it, not surprisingly. When I was listening to Katie, I was really flooded with memories of about just 3 or 4 years ago at the Global Schwab, they now call it, they changed it, social innovators, they used to call it, then they changed it to social entrepreneurship gathering, and just hanging out with a lot of the Schwab fellows. Probably many of you know that that's been one of the, like Ashoka, one of the big programs to support young social innovators. And I was unprepared for this, but it was really poignant. Story after story of marriages that had broken up, people who had been separated from their families, obviously their personal health. It was like, and I think almost what was even harder was almost the kind of implicit message that this is the price you pay. And so it's wonderful to see these questions more and more out in the open. I also was really appreciating that Katie ended with a quote from Joanna, who's been a very important partner, inspiration for many of us, Joanna Macy. So anyhow, This has been the territory I've been working in for a long time. Started off focusing on business because, they were the people who were really doing it that I had really contact with. Then gradually we got to a point and realized the big issues in the world required collaboration across sectors. So then there was a lot of focus on cross-sector partnership, projects like the Global Sustainable Food Lab, which has been going now for 20 years, launched by Oxfam and Unilever together, which people thought that could never happen. These two organizations hate each other. And when a Unilever person would encounter an Oxfam person, it was at a protest against Unilever. But when you really got them talking, they both cared deeply about the fact that our global food system is a disaster, a complete disaster. It's arguably the biggest cause of poverty in the world. We have to find a different way to feed ourselves. And then out of that, they could get together. In the last 10 years, I've worked mostly in primary and secondary education. But the theme's always been the same. How do we work together in a way that really works for us, personally, collectively, but also in terms of the work really having an impact. So, inner development, what the hell is it, right? So first thing that I always think is, what's inner mean? Right? It's not like inside our body. That's not exactly what inner means, right? So I'm just going to pose a few questions, and then our idea for this session was we'll kind of reflect together. I think it's not a trivial question. As we all go out into the world, and if we use language like inner development, we need to be able to respond to someone just saying, what the hell you mean? And obviously, why does it matter? So I'm just going to pose a few questions to hold together. What do we mean by inner development? And why do each of us think it matters? We've heard a lot of pretty compelling stories. This afternoon has been very rich to me, very moving. Secondly, what's new here? I'm going to say this question in a couple different ways because I don't think that's a very good way to get at what I'm kind of feeling. There is a moment, let's say it this way. I've heard this said in several different ways. I agree very strongly. Something is really opening. There's an opening right now. I do think it's a time of collapse. I think that's a harsh language for most of us, but for indigenous people, they say, things collapse. If you've been part of a 10 or 15 or 20,000 or longer year history, I guarantee you have stories of collapse. It all fell apart. Probably has never happened at a global scale. So we all know, what the hell does this mean? In that context, is there kind of an opening now? That's the best metaphor, a crack in the shell. That maybe the more we can understand it, the more we'll find the way to have this inner work be really seen as not a nice thing, not a maybe good thing, but there is no other way forward. The problems are not just out there. What's out there is in here, and what's in here is out there. This is a system. We're entwined in our reality. So, just a couple questions to kind of sit with. Katerina was nice enough to indulge me in saying, she asked me earlier, how's it going? I said, wonderful content, but I get a little tired of presentation mode. I'm not really much of a presenter, and so that maybe we can do this more as a kind of an open, reflective process. So, what does that stir up in you?
What was the question?
Yeah.
I didn't quite hear it. Say it again.
Yeah, a lot of times, by the way, just so you understand, the way these stages are set up, you hear much better than we do. Oftentimes, the hardest thing...
I think I'm just going to have to stand much closer to
you. You can stand much closer.
What was your question?
So, what does the inner stuff mean to you?
Ooh.
And why is it important?
Wow. Did I say I was scared of getting on stage with that man again? Wow. You really do open this up, huh? I'm going to answer by also answering another question of yours that I'm going to take away something now that we're going to do later. What you said, you wanted to also then ask participants what was like a most touching moment in this summit. And if you ask me what that whole inner stuff means to me, I would say one of the most touching moments that I've had in this summit experience was probably yesterday evening, as I was preparing for this, and I had a moment of doubt, of stepping on a stage, talking about inner development, like who do we have to be able to do that? And it was my partner who said, look, if you look back at what you talked about last year, and last year we had that beautiful, also Frankl-connected topic of the space in between, and we're talking about the space between sugarcoating things and making them look as if everything's okay, and the space of panic mode where we're just getting so anxious we can't move anymore, and that in between is the space of growth, where we talk about things that are really uncomfortable, and we don't want to look at them, but we try to do that. And he looked at me and he was like, you did that last year. And it's almost like I then looked at this year's theme and I was like, okay, bridging polarities is not something where I would feel I can step on a stage and say, hey, look, this is how we're doing it. But it's almost like setting a theme also for my personal life, where I'm like, I want to commit to that. And I want to look at how I can do that myself. So I guess I believe in that whole inner stuff.
I'm quite sure you don't need to hear this, but you hang out with her and you know that's really true. You know, obviously we all depend on your skillfulness, shepherding something like this and all this stuff going on and the calm and et cetera, but it only works when it's real. Really. So you just used a phrase that actually I had only one idea that might be worth sharing. By the way, in a minute or two, we're just going to pause and let you spend a little time on the question that Katarina just mentioned, which is, you know, what's really touched or moved you in this? And I'll ask it in a couple ways, in a couple particular focused questions to help kind of tune into, okay, so what's really moving in me right now, and what's been kind of resonated or activated in me, and what does it mean for next steps? We kind of want to end this part, which is basically the end of this first day, with a little time of, okay, what am I learning about what might be an important next step for me? But you'd use the image, the one thing I thought maybe might be useful to bring out. You've heard the term the social field, generative field. I actually think, so this is me kind of responding a little bit to my own question. The first problem with the word inner is many Westerners, I think this is a cultural thing, I think many Westerners will hear this as very individual. And obviously, you know, how we really attend to our own state is pretty important. But I actually think it really only works, it's only really meaningful as an individual collective phenomenon. And I say that, it's kind of obviously an awkward English phrase, individual collective. It's only awkward because we're so individual. And then tagging that on. But none of us exist by ourselves. At any level, at any way you'd like to think about it, it just ain't it. Physically, emotionally, in terms of our social life, our reality, what matters to us. You know, we ask people to talk about, well, tell me what matters to you. I guarantee you, they'll start telling stories about their family, their work, and they'll always involve other people. But I asked if they could bring the flip chart because I thought it'd be fun to draw one picture. I'm kind of an image, visual person, so these are the sort of things that help me. Okay, so I have a question for you. Okay?
Love the drawing skills.
You like my drawings too, okay. So, this is a little image we've used for years for the social field, the generative field. How many elements are in that vision, in that picture? How many elements? It's not a trick question. I know it's probably a little vague, but how many elements? 6. Okay, well, if you count my strokes, you can find even more. 3, 5. Cool. This is what you need. So first off, it's very common, the first thing people see is two people, right? And miss the fact that there is three, inescapably. There's two people, and there's the field that holds the two people. There's a beautiful phrase in Blackfoot. Blackfoot people, of course, are a Plains Indian from north central part of the United States up into Lethbridge and Calgary, Canada. Mostly living on the plains, do a lot of their ceremonies in the Rocky Mountains. They have a beautiful phrase. They call it the ethical space. The ethical space. When two human beings meet, and by the way, for them, that could be a human and a tree or a human and a rock. Let's just say two human beings. Two beings really meet and see each other. There's a third element, third being. That's probably would come closer to their language. And they call it the ethical space. It's a beautiful phrase. I believe we're in the business of creating ethical spaces. Yes, of course it's about the individuals. Of course it is. That's why Katie's story is so important to us, and why that my experience with the Schwab Fellows was so poignant to me, to see that at the individual level, these people were often paying a price that really didn't work. Didn't work for them, didn't work for their families, didn't work for their work. But there's something more. There's always three. In the Blackfoot tradition, that ethical space has agency. The individuals have agency, but the ethical space itself has agency. It has intelligence. It is a real phenomenon. It's not just a metaphor. It's not just a way of talking about things. It's as real as the individuals are real. So this work is not individual work.
I'm curious, when you talk about the ethical space, and you said there is two people in the ethical space, here's probably a few more people.
Oh, yeah.
How would you then describe the ethical space that we created here today?
Well, first off, can't get too logical and conceptual about this. The basic logic's right there. But you can ask, what do you feel right now? Or maybe get to the question we wanted to make sure to have enough time on. What happened today, at some point today, that really touched you? Probably many things. But take for a minute one particular one, whatever one comes to your awareness first. Something that really, or you found yourself in tears. Okay, and just hold that for a second. So first off, what did you actually see in that moment? I mean, not, conceptually, but what did you actually see? What did you actually hear? What was something particular in your somatic or your embodied awareness that really almost defines what that moment was like? As you sit with that, I've got mine. Again, this requires you just to select one thing. Because the key to this kind of reflection has to be as concrete and specific as you can be. Because we're all really good thinkers. We'll go into a conceptual, this is this and this. Now just sit with that. And the sensory awareness is really important for this question. That's why I asked, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you notice in your body? Now we're all different, so these different kind of sensory modalities are a little more dramatic or visible than others. We're different that way. Maybe something that was in your fingers or your stomach. Where did it come from? That experience. Obviously, it's I'm experiencing it. It's registering over here. But where did it come from? There is a kind of training that maybe is an important next step for all of us. It's learning how to sense into the quality of that ethical space or how it arises. And again, if that's not a term that works for you, don't care. You can use generative field. A practice I learned years ago from David Bohm, he called it the holo movement. David Bohm was a physicist who had a big influence on a lot of us. And he said, if you just let go of your vision that tends to focus on individuals and objects and watch the whole group move, in a few minutes, this whole group will move. And it's quite amazing. If you just even do it in your imagination. You know, one day ago, we were all in different places. An amazing coordination process has occurred to bring us all right here. There's a holo movement. One of my favorite practices in the forest is to lie down on the ground and look at the trees. And if you can start after a while, you feel the whole visual landscape moving together, even in a slight breeze. It all moves together. There's this beautiful dance. It's just that we're not usually trained to pay attention to that holo move. So it's a little bit like that. Mm-hmm. Whatever your kind of reflection was, is what moved you. It's a useful question right now, the way Katarina and I were thinking about it, is that it's a message of something that's particularly important to you at this point that's probably really useful thinking about as you go forward. It might relate specifically to one of the skills in the IDGs, and in sense, what I mean by that is oftentimes I'll use the term that I've heard several times from one of our partners here, an indigenous partner here, source speaking to you, or whatever. But if you can kind of see what specifically touched or moved you, and then ask yourself the question, what is it saying to me about my next step? These things are not random. If you imagine us in a dance with everything that's around us, things are coming to us that we're usually not paying much attention to. You want to add anything to the question?
What I do want to add, since you posed a difficult question to me, is obviously also the question, what touched you?
Oh, that's easy. I mean, it's easy. The only thing that's hard about this is I'm just going to tell you what immediately popped to my mind. And obviously I'm selecting one thing from the whole day, and I don't want anybody to think that that means other stuff wasn't important. But that was, of course, in the spirit of my question. No, when Violetta was up here. And she knows a little bit about the background of this, which is... it's quite clear to me that one of the deep issues we all face is we really do not know how to honor the voices of children and young people. It's one of the deepest fragmentations that permeates the modern age. They're just kids, or they're just, youth activists, or some other idiot label we create. But when we really hear them, they're us, of course. And they're us a little bit earlier in our lives. But also just the way she so embodied her work. She and her work were one for me. And of course the work was very touching because I know how important that is. So that was the moment. And the room was kind of blue-green, and she was a little bit sparkling, and I really felt it right here.
Peter, thank you so much for making
welcome.
sense together.
You're welcome.
Thank you for creating this ethical space. Please give it up.
Oh, no.
For Peter Senge. Thank you.
Can I say one other thing?
Of course. I sensed that there was something coming.
I could see. Last night, we saw a video, and since this has come up a couple times, it was a beautiful video that John, I don't know John's last name, the Australian one, the man from Oxford.
John Bond.
John Bond.
Yes.
Showed a video about the reconciliation process in Australia, which centered on the willingness, after a lot of time, of the government to actually say, I'm sorry. We do a lot of work in British Columbia. I've been very close for 20 years to people's personal journeys of having their children taken away from them, put in residential schools. And you know, they always characterize the people who live through that as survivors, not graduates. And that's not a metaphor. About a third of the kids did not survive. What woke up in an extraordinarily painful way the people of British Columbia repeatedly over the last 20 years, the discoveries of large numbers of mass graves filled with the bones of children. So it's an extraordinarily direct embodiment for each of us of what we humans can do when we lose touch with we are really all just humans. When we can sit in that ethical space, we can see these things, we can hold these things, and things come out that otherwise wouldn't come out. So when I was listening to John last night, I was remembering a story, and if it's okay, I'll just share it. It's really quick. I had the privilege to spend a lot of time in South Africa from 1985 or 6 through about 1992 or 93. Of course, it was a pretty amazing time in South Africa. But even though on the surface it looked like things were really, really stuck, you could feel below the surface, like tectonic plates were shifting. I was actually in South Africa when de Klerk gave his famous speech announcing the unbanning of all the formerly banned African parties, sitting in a room with people who were experienced that their brothers and cousins could now come home. 4 years later, in an extraordinarily difficult time, that 4 years between 1990 and Mandela was released from prison about 1 month after the speech. And when they finally had elections, the whole place could have blown up. Believe me, it was really dicey. But it didn't. And they had elections, and they all came together. And I wasn't actually there for this, but I always feel like I was because so many people gave me their firsthand reports. And I wanted to just share one little element of it. So Mandela, this is Mandela's inauguration. The big deal at the inauguration was they showed the flag for the first time. South Africa had a flag. You've all seen it. It's extraordinarily beautiful, in my opinion. And they played the new South African national anthem, which nobody had ever heard before. And Mandela tried to lead them in singing it, but, you know, they didn't sing it too well. They had the words up and all that. And then in the moment, to me, I realized this is such a beautiful illustration of what it means to sit in that ethical space. Mandela invited everybody to stand and sing the old national anthem. The anthem of apartheid. The anthem whose song everybody knew. He had invited his warders, 2 white jailers, warders, to be on the dais with him because he knew there was no way forward without forgiveness. And so that image, I was living with that last night watching John's video, which I hope everybody can get access to easily because it was really quite moving. I was sitting there going, yes, that was what it was like when the white and black South Africans stood together and sang together the song they all knew as the anthem of the old white apartheid government. But they sang it together. Thank you. Forgiveness is pretty important.
You know, Peter, I've come to believe that it's one of the duties of us as humans to remind ourselves of the things that we already know, maybe a bit buried deep down. And you said to me before We can't do that without being real. So I want to thank you for closing us up and being so real.
Thank you.
Thank you. It feels like a long day is coming to an end. There's a few more things that are still happening today in this space, as I know some of you have already explored the dimension spaces. And I just want to put that up there, if we can get the slide, to just show you what else you can still experience when we leave this ethical space and step out maybe into another one. These are some of the things that will still be happening in the different dimension spaces. And with all the things that you have experienced and felt into today, we will continue tomorrow in the deep dive tracks. We will come together at the end of the day for a party, which I'm quite frankly quite looking forward to. And we will have a full day of integration that we can design and program together on Friday. Before we end, I want to take a moment of appreciation to really acknowledge all of those who are making something as impossible as an event like this possible. And I want to make sure that we give them our appreciation, our gratitude, and the applause that they deserve. So I would like to start by you giving it up for everyone who's been working backstage like crazy, the production team, the tech, the catering, and this beautiful, beautiful venue. Keep up the applause, as I would love to make visible more than 70 volunteers from more than 21 countries who've made all of this come to life for you. And maybe we can also get a bit of light so we can see the volunteers. Thank you. Please give the light to the volunteers. I want to acknowledge all the track leads who are actually putting together entire summits within the summit and who are organizing those 5 on-site and this 1 online track. Tomorrow, I'm pretty sure they didn't quite know what they got themselves into when they signed up for this, but I'm very sure it will be worth it tomorrow. So please give it up for the track leads and partners. I want to acknowledge the entire IDG team, including the boards, the committees, and the co-founding partners, the IDG business institutions and academic partners. There are so many stakeholders involved in this. Please give it up for them. The artists who are playing such a special round in those summits and who are really creating a lived experience of what we're doing here. Please give it up for the artists in ITEC. A very special thank you, of course, goes to the people who have been here on this stage today. They are all doing this pro bono, and in the time when they will probably have lots of requests to come to all sorts of places to speak, we're so deeply grateful for our speakers. And last but definitely not least, I would like you to acknowledge the work that goes into something like this, where some people ask you, so how many weeks did you work on this? And you're like, weeks? It's not exactly the term. We have an entire team who's been working on this for almost a year. I want to acknowledge the entire IDG Summit core team, including the entire communications team, led by Ali Yazdieri, and very much also by our event lead, Christopher Linnell. I hope they're both here in the audience. If so, please stand up and give it up for them. And with this, we are slower and slower approaching the end. And I know that so often it's actually difficult when you have been to an event, to a conference. You know, we step outside, we immediately step into a different space. We kind of forget what we've experienced here. So we've created a little ritual at the summit where at the end of it, we want to, as we took a moment to arrive, to also take a moment to leave together. And for this, I would invite you, if you feel comfortable, to close your eyes and just let yourself go back to some of the moments that you experienced needs us to rebuild bridges. Listening to you crossing the river feels more like getting off the highway and flowing with the river. The greatest enemy we have is certainty. Staying on the edge, always on the edge, and learning to love the edge. Action shapes values. We get what we act on, not what we dream of. Happiness in business can be a force for good. Bridging opposition is bullshit. Bridging opposition is wisdom. I invite you to practice the muscle to create a space between your impulse for reaction and response. We were like bees, all contributing to this complex architecture. Arts are not decorative, they are a powerful tool for change. When was the last time you let yourself be moved? Forgiveness is a continuum, it never stops. Never let anyone make their enemy your enemy. I don't have enemies anymore, I have friends yet to meet. Young generations don't need to be fixed, we need to be trusted and held. Working within a development is sometimes like dodging bullets. Busyness is dehydrating, and dehydration is a threat to water beings. How come I work with leaders and with kids? Well, it's the same. Risking harmony on the outside and creating harmony on the inside go hand in hand. Resilience is not defined by how small we stand in the shadows, but by how tall we stand in the wicked winds. Inside sadness, I found softness. There is an opening right now. None of us exists by ourselves. We are in the business of creating ethical spaces. And with this, I invite you to open up your eyes again. We said at the beginning we live in a world of polarities. And we said we live in a world of polarization. And we said that here at the summit we want to recognize how each of us contributes to those oppositions. My feeling is we also came to recognize more and more how each of us contributes to building bridges. So I thank you for building those bridges together and step by step developing together and learning how we can actually live into the IDGs to create the world our heart knows is possible. I say thank you from my side, and I would say we can't only reflect with thoughts and words, but there are also other ways to make us reflect. And for that, it is my great pleasure to welcome on stage for our closing performance of the day, the choral composer, producer, and song leader,
Please welcome Asher Blank.
Good evening. My name is Asher. I'm a choral composer and song leader, and I'm here now to help us end the day with a bit of singing. So can we take a deep breath together and let it out? Let's take a moment and tune in to the ambient sound that we hear in the space. As you breathe, in your own time, I invite you to find a pitch that feels good in your own voice. And sing a long tone on an open vowel. Take a breath in, and let's find a pitch. On your own time, breathe in and find another pitch. Any pitch, any vowel, any volume. Notice the unity of finding the same note as your neighbor, or the harmony or dissonance of finding yourself singing different notes. How did that feel? How'd that feel in your body? Were you relaxed? Were you nervous? Were you anxious? Were you confident? Were you thinking? Were you feeling? For some of us, singing in groups is grounding and familiar, something we've been doing our entire lives. For some of us, it can show up as vulnerable or confronting. What if we could sing as if every sound was valuable? As we tune into ourselves in these closing moments, I invite you to push through the resistance that might be holding you back. In this moment, what would help you unlock your voice? I invite you to be bold. I invite you to be confident. So let's sing again on any vowel, any pitch, any volume. Take a breath in and find another pitch. It's all welcome here. When we sing, we do two things. We listen and we sing. When we sing together, we embody a polarity by listening and singing at the same time. If everyone in a choir only listened, the sound would fade. If everyone only sang, we would lose our ability to connect with each other. We would become isolated. Where I live in Los Angeles, I lead one-day choirs. These are events that I run with an organization called Gaia Music Collective. Events where dozens of strangers convene for just a few hours to sing a single piece of choral music. There are no auditions. Everyone is welcome. I often hear from people that these events facilitate a kind of inner reconnection with their voice, with a part of them that they feel they've lost to the pressure and speed of life in the 21st century. Singing together enables a kind of collective remembering. Remembering the beauty within, remembering the beauty between us. Remembering what we're capable of when we're united around a common goal, remembering what it takes to live and work in community. To contribute in a choir, we sing. To receive, we listen. When we live in community, we do both simultaneously. In this framework, giving and receiving do not stand in opposition, but appear as two practices that support and depend on each other. Practices that teach us how to connect with ourselves and connect with our community at the same time. I invite you to stand. Let us embody this together. In long tones, on our own time, let us sing for a moment and listen for another. Let us sing for a moment and listen for another. In long tones, on our own time, any pitch, any vowel, any volume. Tune in to the sound around us. When we sing and listen, someone is always singing. Someone is always listening. There is time for everyone to hear and time for everyone to be heard. The sound never fades. When we sing together, we embody the balancing of polarities we're asked to do in community. Seeing and being seen. Helping and receiving help, changing our collective life and allowing it to change us. Whether we're singers or not, there's a song that each of us is singing every day. It's a song that only we can sing. To bring this song to other people is perhaps the most confronting thing about actually living together. To show other people what's taking shape on the inside. But when we sing together, we can hold these songs. Especially here, we can hold these songs with love and presence. We can hold so much more than long tones. We can hold melody and rhythm. We can hold difference and complexity. We can hold dissonance and conflict. When we can hold anything, we allow beauty to emerge slowly, naturally, unpredictably. So let us sing once more. This time, moving beyond long tones to freely vocalize whatever emerges from within. Allowing our songs to interact with each other in this space. A melody, a word, a phrase. Noticing consonance and dissonance, we can hold this, turning our bodies around in the space and singing once more. In the wider world, singing is often understood as a profession or a skill. In a room like this, singing is a pathway to each other, a channel between us. When we sing together, we can communicate anything. Yet behind it all, we are saying, I hear you, I'm listening, I am with you. We are living together. We share this space. We are connected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asher, for creating such a beautiful collective experience. And with this, we say goodbye and thank you so much. As we're closing this stage, please enjoy the rest of your evening in the Dimension Spaces. Enjoy the rest of your summit. And thank you so much for being with us. Goodbye.
It's wrong, I know it's wrong.